Hello and welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Oh, gotta bump my camera a little bit. There, Fred. Fred's walking through my base again. Hello everybody. Animal, I call him Fred. He always walks through my base. Yeah, that right, Caveman Mox. You said good night and then good morning. Yeah, I got about 4 hours of sleep. But hey, I actually rested really well. I'm up. I'm ready to go. I'm rocking the old school classic Kismet logo today. Having some fun, ready to play some Satisfactory and build our gigantic mega factory that we're working on. We are upgrading all of our units, all of our stuff. We're going to be working on copper today. And yesterday, what a heartbreaker, everybody. Heartbreaker right down to the wire. Just a couple more units would have made the difference, and we would have got that big W on the whole entire event here, the shrinking. But literally came down to a couple units, and we just couldn't get them. So close. But I feel like we're going to get them today. We're going to definitely get them going on. And thank you, Caveman, for hanging out in the chat. Good morning to you. Did you even sleep? Because yes, I look. See, that's why they call me Kismet. Look, I answered your question before I even looked at it. Do you ever look into the CPAP? I sent you info. I did, Caveman. I did. It doesn't work for me. Again, I have a pretty substantial overbite. And so those things don't work for me well. But I have a mandible device that works just fine, and it works great. So that's what I use. What happened to the Ring of Destiny? Oh my God, HU kissing me. Look at, you are making some serious old school reference right there. Ring of Destiny still around. Look at that. Yeah, it's been around for, 19 years. That is my guild, everybody. If you ever wonder why I have Kismet BP right here, that is actually my guild name. Kismet BP stands for Blood Pledge. It was only supposed to be a temporary name of the guild until we thought of something better. We never did. It was Kismet BP or Kismet Ring of Destiny was the name of my guild. Is because we became part of a larger guild, which is all based on a Lord of the Rings, one ring, and then Ring of Fire, Ring of Water, and Ring of all of that. And then I made Ring of Destiny, which would go on to be the largest of all the ring guilds with over 300 members back in a game called Lineage way back in the day, if you remember those games. And thus I started my name. Actually, my name here on Twitch, actually on Justin TV, was Lord Kismet. Give you a little backstory. Was Lord Kismet because that's usually the name I put in whenever anybody asks me, because when I got level 50 in Lineage, I got the honorary title of Lord Kismet from my members, and I appreciate that. I consider that a little token of esteem. But I had that originally, but then when Justin TV switched over to Twitch, I missed the window in which you were about to move your account. So I wasn't able to move my account, and I wasn't able to name it that account either because I too bad, too sad, bro. And so then I called my channel Kismet _ Ring of Destiny. Used to be my name here on Twitch. And then when I became partnered, they gave me the name Kismet, and that made me the Kismet. And of course, all the other little kids come in and say, Kismet, you took my name. And I'm like, I know, bro. I had the name since before you were born. And more people call me Kismet than anything else. So there you go. Sometimes they call me other names, but mostly Kismet works too. So there you go. So once I became partnered, I dropped the Ring of Destiny just for ease of use, so you guys could just type in twitch.tv/Kismet. Makes it a lot easier. Plus, that's what I prefer anyway. I wish I could get it on like Twitter and all of that. And they said, it's too generic. You can't get that name. And I'm like, what about Ninja? Ninja's a pretty generic name. He can have those, but I can't have mine. Is that what you're saying? That's all about. Sometimes it's all about that, everybody. It's all about the monies. All about the money. I'm telling you, if I had his money, I'm sure they would give me that name. If I had him and a gigantic advertising agency behind me, I'm sure they could make it happen. With enough money going into the right places, I'm sure. But I don't need it that bad. I will continue to honor my guild and whatnot. Now, again, if you don't know, everybody, in about 7 days, we're going to fire up that guild again. We already have 60 members signed up to join us in New World. We're going to try out the beta again. Hopefully I get some more beta keys I can send to you guys. I'm going to find out. We'll see if they send it to me. And you guys can come and try it out. It is a wonderful, wonderful game. I think they've got a home run on their hands if they don't screw it up with stupid monetization. I hope that they do the best type of monetization where you got your cosmetics, and that's fine. You got your events like Fallout 76 has. I love that event idea. I think it's really super fun. Gets everybody together and everybody has something to do all the time. I love, love, love that idea. But that is for later on. We're going to do some 76 later on. For right now, we're going to do some Stream Raiders and, of course, work on our Mega Factory, try to get our copper going. Now, we're going through every single section of the factory, and we're upscaling it, basically taking those raw nodes, and we're scaling them up to tier 3s, and then we are maxing out the amount of ore that it's extracting, so we don't have to go have 15 nodes. Though we could, it would use less power, but it is a lot more effort in running it and doing all of that stuff than to just go in and overclock your resource extraction. And then, bam, you go from 60 extraction to 600 I'm not kidding. Yeah, up to 600 extraction. You'll see me do it today. Yeah, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. But thank you very much, HG. Thanks for that reminder. See, whenever I think of the old days and what we've done and all that, it just makes me smile every single time because all of the adventures, all of the amazing things we've done, dual 40-man raids, all the high-end tier stuff we've done, all the high-end PvP, and all the games we've played together just makes me happy. But I also am super excited about what's coming up because I haven't really been inspired to play an MMO in a really long time because, I played a bit of Classic, but one thing I figured out when I was playing Classic again, because I played WoW and Vanilla, and we had a great time. But man, those take a lot of time. They take a lot of time and effort. And so it's got to be worth my time and effort to put all of that in there. Because as the guild leader, I play about 20% and I manage the guild about 80%. Right? So while everybody else is out there grinding and they're getting their crafting up and they're, max level or whatever they're doing, here's Kismet level 10, and I'm like micromanaging the guild and making sure everybody's getting what they need and they got their gear and that they're grouping up and that they're, at the proper rank and all of that stuff. I'm sitting there doing that stuff most of the time. Or people ask me questions, hey, Kismet, how do I do this? Or I need help with that or whatever. That's what I do, and I love doing it, but it is definitely time consuming. So it's got to be worth my time, and I think we got a home run coming up. So let's hope so, everybody. Let's hope they've learned the lessons of the foolish people in the past, because there are a lot of MMOs in that graveyard, and I don't want to see New World be there. I want to see New World come in strong and beautiful and boom, give us lots and lots of fun. That's what I hope so. So there you go. Is your fall notification still the Dragon? Oh, it's way better than the Dragon Hammer now. Though I do love the Dragon Hammer. That will actually be making a reappearance. I actually added a bunch of commands to the stream in which the Dragon Hammer is going to become one of those things. I gotta remind myself again. I actually hadn't finished that yet. Let me remind myself that actually is going to become a command that subscribers can do. They can pull up some nostalgic. They can also pull up the old logo, the Kismet Ring of Destiny logo and all of that stuff. But we'll get into that. I say we get into some fun. We go ahead and get some Stream Raiders. Let's go. To battle! So yeah, that, the Dragon Hammer was an actual accident. I was fooling around with camera rotations in a program called Maya, and I made this hammer. And I thought, well, I'll smash the follow button with it. And then the hammer became, oh man, I can put a dragon on the back. So I started making this dragon and started doing all this stuff. And I found this really cool camera move, and it moves up and it sees the follow button and the dragon hammer comes down. And I liked it so much, I made it into my alert, and I've had it as an alert for years and years and years. But now the alerts that I have are like this. Are like whole next level, baby. Look at that. I got so many variations of that alert. It is so awesome. And thank you to The Only Remedy for following the channel about 7 hours ago. And there are like, I don't know, 20, 30, 50 variations of that, of different animations of me as a Wasteland Tycoon. So very, very fun. All right, everybody. Now here we go. We're going to get into it. We're going to go ahead and start this battle. Let's hope we got the oomph to get it going this morning, because we got one token. Let's get it going. Now, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to try to gather together right here. Now, this is how we won last time. We all gathered together. We're going to need a lot of range. We're going to need those epics for sure because we got Rompelstomp. This guy's really hard to kill. Now, if we die, we'll have to do this whole entire map again, but what do we care? It's still loot no matter what we do, right? So go ahead and tank up real heavy in the front and then massive amount of support back here. We're going to need it way back here. As much support as we can to try to get that going. Lots of range to try to range this guy down. This guy is really hard to kill. Probably one of the hardest bosses I've seen in any of the Stream Raiders events. It took us 3 times to kill him last time. We were so close, everybody. Literally a couple units. A couple more like range units and we would have had that boss for sure. So put down as many units as you can. You can find the link right there in the chat. And you can go ahead, reload my overlays and stuff. What the heck's going on? You go ahead and find that link in the chat. You find me or Captain Kismet, Kismet. Look, there it is right there, Kismet. And then you can go ahead and put down your units. The more units put down, the more loot I get to give you guys. Now, yesterday we did 17 and a half hours of battles. I know, right? All day long. Kismet is going hardcore because guess what? You can win real life loot. I'm not kidding. You can win a new computer. You have a chance to get some Stream Raider skins in the game. 3 winners going to get the Nintendo Switch Lite and also a bunch of $100 Twitch gift cards out to 10 people from Captain.tv. I'm not kidding. Hey, man, just play a game for free and you get yourself some loot and play it on mobile and on desktop. And I hope you're the one who wins. Let's go. Thanks for hanging out, John Night Owls. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out, coming back in the stream and hanging out, HG. I appreciate it. Here's another 1,000 Kiz Caps to get you guys started up today. Now, welcome, everybody. You can see I'm standing here on a Mark III extractor. And when I was talking about 600 ore, right there, baby, look at this, 600 ore extraction. You can see that I have it overclocked down here at 250. And so we're going to extract a lot of copper today. We're going to build out a little copper farm here, or not a little one, a real big one. And so we're going to do the kind of combination that we did over here for our plate factories. As you can see, we got some pretty substantial amount of conversion going on over there. And this is just making reinforced iron plates. That's all that it's doing. And those are 2 nodes worth 600. So that's literally making 1,200 iron ingots right now just from that one area. And you're like, Kim, how do you power all of that? Well, power is the next thing we're going to do after we do the copper here. We do have some coal power as well as oil power and also some nuclear power going on. I am in the highest part of the game, which is the tier 8 that they've added. This is in update 4, as well as they've added drones and they've added a whole bunch of other stuff and kind of an end to the game where you can go in and there is like the employee of the month is what you're trying to get from the space elevator, but we're in no rush. We're going to take our time and we'll get to that. And what we're trying to do is just scale up each and every one of our resources because in the beginning it's okay because you're basically making as much resources as you need. But as you get to a certain point in the game, usually about tier 4, 5, 6, or unlocking tier 4, 5, 6, is where you start to realize that your beginning stuff needs to be doubled and doubled again and so on and so forth. And you need to scale it up and scale it up as you go. Now, if you haven't preset yourself up for scaling up, it's going to be painful later on because what you're going to have to do is come back and tear the whole thing down and rebuild it, which is basically what I did. And that's okay because I like to do that. But it's good to always think, okay, I'm going to build this in such a way that I can go ahead and just keep expanding it and expanding it on. And that's why people build in what's called an inline build. And that's what we're going to do again today. Very much like you see over here. We're going to do that with copper. And then we're going to build a higher level where we're going to, of course, bring our resources up to there. And that'll be our manufacturing. And then we'll have another level, which is called our run level, where we run all of our conveyors and all of that stuff. Look, there goes my train. And then we have another level, which is our basically finished production, where we're going to try to send it over to our boxes over there. And then as we need it, we'll go ahead and divert it into different parts of our factory as well. And you can see some run lines going on up there and all sorts of fun stuff. We'll get into that. But first things first, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going here. Come on, Wombat coming in says, good morning, Kismet. How did you end up liking the Ascent yesterday? I didn't get a chance to see more than a few first few minutes of the thing. At first, it was real tough because I was using the controller, and I suck at the controller. I'm just going to be honest. I was the absolute worst. So if they were using me in this example of what not to do, it would be don't use the device that you're the worst at. And I died right away, and I was like, wow, why did I die so hard? And it has also auto aim too, which is really embarrassing when you die auto aim. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to try the mouse and keyboard. Maybe I'll be more comfortable with mouse and keyboard. And when I played mouse and keyboard, holy mackerel, I started owning that game, man. I started wiping them out. Super, super fun. I got up to the part where I have the chain gun, where I'm like, that game, I know that's my jam right there. I know I could totally play that game all the way through. And now I've got another game in my gigantic list of games that I want to get to and enjoy. But if you like Fallout 1 or whatnot, very much reminds me of that. Reminds me of Diablo with a little bit of cyberpunk thrown in there. Very, very fun. Highly recommend it. It's a steal right now on Steam. I go snatch it up, and it might be your new favorite game. You never know. You never know. So yeah, I had a great time, Wombat. Pretty fun. But eventually it'll roll out onto my YouTube channel as well. I have so many videos going out there. I'm actually going into December. I have a video coming out every single day, including some highlights that I've been working on, some more guides and all of that other stuff on top of my normal stream archive where it actually plays every single stream I've ever played. That's right. And today is what are we doing? What are we on today? I don't even know what number I'm on now. Best stream ever number 1,309. Yes, that means I have 1,309 at least streams over there on YouTube as well. So there you go. Oh, it's on Game Pass, says Subi. Oh, now there you go. See, you get your Xbox out, go play it on Game Pass. Very fun. Definitely would take some time. I would say if you're just starting the game, you're having trouble, I would turn your aim assist all the way up. Until you get it down, and then I would, crank it back down a little bit. I don't like to use aim assist. I like to have it where it's like I'm doing it myself. I'm just old school that way. But hey, if you need aim assist or whatever, hey, you do your thing. It's your game. You play it however you want. I don't judge everybody. You play it however you need to play it. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to get our smelters going on. Where are you hiding, smelter? There you go. We need to take this out of here, and we need to smelt the heck out of this stuff. Do we only have one node here, right? One copper node. Making sure I don't have another copper node hiding around somewhere. I'm going to say I got the one. Now, one of the funny things with this, where's my copper? Over here. One of the funny things with this is when we first found this node, it basically looks a lot different than, oh yeah, we got one over that way too. Remember how when you first start off and you run over here and it looks like it's really super far away? But now that you build your whole base here, it's just like, it's right over the way, right? It's just right over the hill. That's how the games like this happen. They get to a point where you're just like, okay, I get it. Okay, why am I not scanning again? I'm not trying to scan, I'm trying to build. All right, I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm pressing V like I'm in Fallout 76 trying to build stuff. All right, let's see. We're going to go ahead and run this like this. Now, we need to leave a bit of room, though, for our front of this to combine. Now, what we need to do is we need to put one of these down, or you can look it up by hitting X and all of that. We need to look at copper ore, right? Comes in at 30, goes out at 30. That's pretty simple. One of the most simple things in the game. And so, basically, we know our input is going to be the same as our output. And our input right now is going to be 600. That's right, 600 ore. So we need to scale this up to 600 ore. So we simply go like this. Hey, Siri, what's 600 divided by 30?
600 divided by 30 is 20.
Is 20. All right, so 20 of these is what we need. Now, I like to put them across from each other, so I'm going to go ahead and start with 10 and then 10 just to get it started right here. So let's go. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. And so we're just going to keep counting them. And I like to count in groups of 5 because it just makes it easier. There's 2, 3, 4, and 5. And see, we have room to grow there as well, too. Always good to have room to grow just in case you want to, you find another node nearby and you want to run that over. And I can run all the nodes into my primary factory and do it that way. But what I'm going to do is just go ahead and do this. Now, I also have this fun thing like this where I can just kind of float up like this if I'm nearby power. So we're going to go ahead. Oh, we need some power. This definitely, see, when I have containers stacked like this tells me that I have some resource usually stacked in there somewhere for whatever reason, for building and whatnot. That's a dead giveaway. I'm doing that. Now, see, you can see we got a power plug here, and I'm kind of running that power plug over here. I'm running across all the way up there. And I can use that with my new thing they added in Update 4 called the Hover Pack. Hover Pack is really great for when you get to this stage right here. You put all these down, and then say you want to put in all of your splitters, right? So we go ahead and grab our splitter. Now, one of the things we also need to accommodate is, do we have a belt fast enough to handle the speed of 600 ore coming through here? And we do, because we're in the highest level of the game. We have that 780 speed belt. Sometimes power lines like to get in the way. And so we're just going to go and get this done. Now, one of the great things about Satisfactory as well, it's a very relaxing game if you let it, if you don't stress over it. You just take your time and you put down all your little splitters and mergers and all of that. It's truly an exceptional game. This is the only game I give an 11 out of 10. It is that good, everybody. I highly recommend it. And the truly amazing thing about it is that this game is still in early access. I know, right? Isn't that amazing? I have not found any other early access game other than Valheim, which is also published by Coffee Stain Studios, has anywhere come as close to as great as this particular game. So I highly recommend it. I kind of feel like I want to center that a little bit more. Hold on. Let's go ahead and change our mind here. Now, if I just press Control on every single one of these, I don't mind putting stuff in and then not liking it and then taking it right back out again. Don't mind ever. I'd rather have it real nice. And I call this mega building when you get to this point, because you're really doing it not just because of the production and making the thing, but you're making it look really nice, right? You're trying to get everything aligned and everything to look right, because it's more of a cosmetic thing than anything else. Now, speaking of cool cosmetic stuff, in the Update 5, which is coming up, they've teased a bit on new pieces and parts and cool stuff for factories, so you can make them look a lot nicer. So there's even more updates coming down the road to make the game even more amazing than it is. Now, I don't rate anything higher than 11 out of 10. I don't know. I might have to start a new rating system, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty exceptional as it is right now. And they've added a lot of stuff through the years, and I've played through the game many, many times. It's huge replayability, because each time you try something different, you try different variations, you try iterations on bases that you've already done before. It's very, very fun. You can see these align to each other nice and easy. Now you can see I put an extra one in there, so this is 21. I always put an extra one in there, and that's because what's going to happen is I'm going to probably end up backlogging a bit of all of my stuff as I go along, and I can go ahead and grab some power out here. I got some way out there. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and try to get that going right here, and then we'll make a storage right here where we line this up. And while we're busy kind of setting all this up here, we could go ahead. We need some more of our aluminum back. I know I got a ton of aluminum laying around somewhere. We can go ahead and line this up over here, and we can get this into there. Now, I could just put it in there like that, but then, some of us, we want it to be that beautiful 90 degree, right? So you just kind of back it up by 2, put that right there, and you got those beautiful, beautiful 90s. Oh, they're so nice. They're so nice when they're like that. Okay. You can see a whole bunch of it already going in there, and I'm going to just put this power in temporarily, and we're going to come back, and we're going to put a roof on all of this. And we're going to actually use the roof. I saw a really cool thing in that Update 5. Instead of using an individual connection for each and every one to the roof, they were using what's like a Y connection, where it's inverse Y, where their two things are connecting to a single one, and then they were doing that all the way down. I like that. I thought that looked very nice. But me, I like to put individual things. As you can see way over here, you can kind of see the wires there. And that is where each individual thing is actually being connected up, and then they're connected all the way across. I love the vertical connection. I think that turned out amazing. They did a great job on all of that. Now, speaking of, let's go ahead and take a minute here and do this. Now, here's a little trick on this. You can actually aim your cursor toward the center like this. And it will allow you to go ahead and connect these. Or you just go ahead and move your cursor kind of left to right. It doesn't matter which way you go. Once you've established the direction by how you've rotated the thing, then you can just go ahead and put it in here, or the smelters in this case. Oh, now look at that. See, when you see something like that, you know something's afoot. You know you've offset it incorrectly. No worries, no worries. You take it out, you get all your resources back again. Make sure the rotation of your splitter is good there. And then let's add an extra one right here at the end to do any overflow that you might have. Because right now, it's producing 600 ore while I'm doing this, right? So it's really backlogging a ton of this into here while I'm doing all the connections and so on. And I don't connect it in until I get it just right, because I don't want to have to have all that ore in my inventory. Because that's exactly what would happen if I put it on these belts and I took the belts out. I'd have a bunch of ore on me. I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. Again, a lot of times I just double click in the center. And that double clicking will allow it to connect. There we go. Looking sharp. We can go ahead and make sure that we've got stuff. Now the flying ability really helps you a lot to find spots that you might have missed. Like that. So really super useful in finding and getting your stuff set up. All right, that's pretty easy. That's it. We got that done. Now what we're going to do is we're going to match our production here, and watch how easy it is to put these foundations down. Especially when you can float around, right? When you can float around, we found that if you aim like this, you can just literally just backlog all the way across. I'm going to go ahead and do the center one first. Until I run out of power. How we looking? Almost there. And you're like, Kismet, you don't have any supports. Well, yes. In this particular playthrough, we went through and we were using supports. Supports are great, but man, they really do burn your time. And I only have so much time to play in the day. So it basically will burn a lot of your time doing supports. So we made it where we had to do supports as we built. And so we played a lot of that. And really, the supports probably took half to a third of my time just doing the supports of the thing. So less time building factories and more time building supports. And I would rather be it the other way around, where I'm building tons and tons of factory stuff and less supports later on. And again, you don't really, I find most of the time you don't really know what you're doing with your supports until you really kind of fine-tune in your factory. Pretty cool, right? I think that's pretty awesome. Awesome way of adding this in. And man, you can do stuff from really far away. Look, I can remove that extra one that was there and then just do stuff like that. And this game's building is second to none. It is really exceptionally good. Definitely in the top 5, I'd say, even top 3 great builders of all time. And this is why, right here. This such a simple thing seems so easy. That is a thing, but a lot of other games do not have it so elegant. Oh, what happened there? Look, I made a mistake. I just take it out. Boom, get all my resources back. And then just keep going. Nice. And then we can float our way back up again. All right, so there we go. So we've got ourselves a bit of a ceiling going. And again, I'll come back and we'll add all of the other stuff in here. And we're just going to keep adding more and more rows. Now, this is why I keep a lot of concrete laid around, everybody. I make mass expansions all the time. And I have a tendency to misclick a lot all the time as well. But I love the fact that you can float up here and then get at eye level. And it just makes it so much easier to build at that eye level. And you can just run that across. Okay, looking sexy. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and start with this one right here. Now, we're going to try to eyeball it here. We're going to run it up here. Let's say right there. Maybe we'll be lucky. And there we go. Now, see, look. It looked like it was straight up and down from there, but it's not. It's definitely not straight up and down. So we'll move that across. And let's say this one. And so then we'll look this way, which we've already got it kind of lined up over here. We just kind of keep tinkering with this until we get to the point where we're just like, okay, let's take these out. And then let's go ahead and connect this up to there. We're trying to get like a happy medium, right? Where, you know, it's lined up, but also it's much easier for us to put in there. And I find if you line it along these lines here, or the way you put it on the foundations, makes it a bit easier to line that stuff up. Same thing over here. We could just say, you know what? Okay, this is pretty close that way. Let's go ahead and look at it this way. Let's bring it up. Again, the way your cable goes is very important. In how that lines up. Now again, it's a little bit inward like this. Both of them are inward, but that's okay because it creates a great kind of inward feel to it. And you can fine tune it and make it exactly straight up if you want. Me, I'm going to use this as an alignment, so it makes it nice and easy for me to align all of that. And then I'm just going to go ahead and continue to go. And we look at where that one's at, and we say, okay, right there. And so on. You get the idea. This one seems a little bit left, and so does this one. That seems nice and straight. All right, so this one's a little bit left on center there. So we'll pull that, and instead of being center, we'll do a little bit of that. There we go. And this one, same thing. Now, if you can be picky like me, or you can just say, Kismet, that's a waste of time. I'm just going to throw all those power up there as quick as possible. Hey, it's up to you. It's up to you. I mean, there's no hurry. There's no rush. You got plenty of time. You take as long as you want, or take as little as you want. And you're going to see that there's a pattern starts to form in the way that it connects up here, right? So you got this one, which is like that, and like this, and you'll see that pattern start to repeat the further down you go as well. This one's over by one. There we go. Again, see, I'm getting myself aligned to where I can see that. And after a while, you just get a sense of it. And see, when I'm working on something, I would rather take the extra time to make it really nice. Right? Just take the extra time to really do it. And then, you know, once you get it kind of the way you like it to be, then you can just set it and forget it, right? You walk away, you're like, okay, my copper's set up, my copper's ready to go. I can't draw any more copper from this particular node. And so this node will be done in the end. And then we'll cross connect this over there. And that one's kind of a little bit left there. So let's do the same thing here. Let's go ahead and say, you know what? This would probably be better right there. And I can take this whole entire factory out, get all the resources back, and rebuild it again from scratch, which is basically what we're doing anyway, is rebuilding everything again so that it's much more efficient and then also easy to expand. Now, I could have done this in the very beginning, but one of the things I love to do is I love to make a bunch of spaghetti, and then it triggers my chat, and I think it's the funniest thing. And then people come in and like, Kismet, oh my God, the running of your lines is obscene. I think that's funny myself, because I know what that's like. I don't like it to be like that either. I don't like it to be all over the place. I like it to be nice and organized and beautiful looking. You know what I'm talking about. You want that nice, clean look to your base and so on. And sometimes your options here, it's going to be a little crooked anyway based on how you started it on your foundations. And flying while do this is a little awkward. I think it helps you a little bit, but also makes it a little awkward as well. All right, that's looking pretty sharp. Cross connect the end there. Not that I really need to. You don't have to do redundant connections, everybody, because your stuff doesn't get destroyed. It's not like, you know, big giant spider comes in and destroys your factory yet. I don't know. Maybe they'll add that in the next update. Oh, that one's crooked. See, you can at some point you can just start to sense that some of those are off. Yeah, see, those ones are off right there, based on when I'm running it. So that one's like one, but it needs to go over by another one. So let's say not there, but here. And you can also count this. Yeah, see, that's a tough choice right there. See, if I go one way, it's a little bit off. If I go the other way, it's a little bit off. There's always one that's like that. You know what? I'm gonna go with my first instinct. Let's go with that one. And let's go with that. It'll be fine. And then here. And there we go. And now we have our power all going, and it looks great. And I like the idea of probably in my next factory, I will make it where it does 2 of those in there, or as I upgrade this factory, we might all tie these in. Each one of these things go into 2, or 3 goes into 1. You can do a lot of great fun combos there. You can also attach it to the ground if you want to, in that way, where you can just use your regular power poles and all of that. One of my favorite things to do is to actually put these power poles right here on the back. It would be great to put it like right here. This one particular one has 4 connections, so you have your connection coming in and then 3 connections. But really, if you want to chain it, it would be, you'd only have 2 connections per pole, right? So I could put a pole here, have one come in, and then go to the next pole, and then the other 2 would go to the factory. So you would have 1 per pole all the way down, because you'd want to keep chaining it to the next pole. But you can also upgrade those to where you have like 7 connections. So you have 1 in, 1 out, and then you have 5 connections left. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you can do a 5th one, which is kind of an odd way of doing it. I like doing it each individual pole in the back there. Now, if I actually took the poles themselves and tried to put it on there, it actually doesn't let me do it. The only way you can do it is you actually start from a power line, like you're going to run a power line, and then it lets you put it on there. Now, I don't know why it doesn't just snap on there, on the back of there, because I think that's like a perfect place for that to go. It's nice and clean, and it goes down the side there. But again, that's my suggestion. Now, I'm going to go ahead and tie this actually into my power, and it's going to go ahead and start up. Now, I got to connect all of this into here, and let's take a look at this backlog in here. Look, it's filled this entire thing in the time in which we were building it. So we'll have a nice bit of overlap, and that's going to help us really shoot that stuff in there as fast as possible, get it up and running. Now, they've also added this ability to copy the settings right down here at the bottom, or I can hit Control-C, and then we can go wrong and Control-V every single one of these, so that they actually have a purpose, and they are really actually doing something. So let's go ahead and get that going. Over here. Every single one of these should be set to copper. And this helps you scale up a lot more. Now, another program does a really smart thing, and that's when you're actually making them. You can do one, and then as you go ahead and make a copy of that particular one, it will retain the actual what you're making in there, right? So say you make one of these smelters, and then you set it to copper. And then you basically copy it, and then you just keep making that instead of having to come back later and do this, right? Much smarter way of doing it. It's called Dice and Spear Program, which we've never even finished that game either. That's another fantastic game. But that basically would make it easier than me coming back and copy-pasting each one. It's smarter to do it up front, where I go in, set the first one to copper, and then I hit F, middle mouse button. It remembers their orientation and what I'm building in that particular building. And then as I go ahead and put all of those in, it will automatically set them to copper. That would be a way better way of doing it. But there you go. So it's off and running. It's now going to be making copper ore like nobody's business. You can see it's all the way down at the end. You can also kind of preload all of this before you actually start up all your stuff, which is kind of what I did right there. And you can see that this is no longer feeding, and the reason why is because this is filled up in here, and it's called an overflow or an inline overflow. So basically it goes in, the first 2 get filled up, then the second 2 get filled up, and so on and so forth, until it finally gets to full efficiency after it fills them up all the way down to the end, right? Which is basically what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to a point where all of them are running in tandem in the most efficient way. And that's why I have that one at the end, just in case we have extra by the time it overflows all the way to the end, because it's actually feeding it in there right now at 780 at maximum belt speed, because I have extra here. So it's just shooting it out of there at 780 while it's inputting at 600. So really you have an overflow of about 180, which is going to help your factory start up much faster. And that's why I always like to preload or pre-start it. But then again, I don't want to have a whole box full of it over here, just waste my stuff, right? I could burn up all this and actually produce extra and end up with extra iron ore or extra copper ore in the end. Okay, now over here I was doing a little bit of an extra production. It's over here working on some wire that I might need, but we're going to actually take that and we're going to do that wire and all of that stuff up here on the next level. That's right, we're going to get up here onto this level, and we're going to go ahead and make a bunch of wire and a bunch of cabling. Now, wire becomes cabling, so no matter what, we want to go straight to wire, and we want to make the maximum amount of wire that we can, and then we'll take a section of it and we'll cut that section over for making from wire into cabling. We'll get into that in just a moment. Let's go ahead and see if we can win this battle. Let's go. To battle! All right, now I'm not going to fast run anyone because that's going to make it tougher. Let's stay together. Now, the purple area, typically, that will keep everybody together. So I'm going to say start battle. I'm going to confirm. Maybe I can get another spell. Let's go see if I can get another spell real quick, everybody. Let's see. I think that's under store, maybe? I forget where that is. Man, where's that? Under army? Yeah, captain spells. There we go.Maybe we can unlock a different captain spell. Curse, high ground, a killing field. All right, what's curse? Curse debuffs enemy defenses, healing by 50% for 15 seconds. Ooh, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's go ahead and look at this. High ground lasts for 30 seconds. Buffs range fire rates by 100%. Oh, we could definitely use that. Killing field lasts for 30 seconds. Buff melee damage by 100%. Ignore 2% mag defense. Or stronghold lasts for 30 seconds, buffs armor defense by 50%, max defense by 10%. Oh, hey Scriptlet, what's up? Hey, that's Mr. On You. I see you in the chat. Subi coming in. Game Pass on console and PC. Nice. I enjoyed this set very, very much. Yeah, that's a super fun game. Man, I wish I had more time in the day, everybody. I'm trying to do so much stuff. I'm always pushing the limit. So, magic tower that persists on the battlefield and boosts the defense of nearby armored units. I'm kind of feeling like high ground here, right? Because we're going to need a lot of range. It's just going to help us a lot. Give us a buff with the fire rates at 100%. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one. Because we specifically need, on this particular one, the ability to do a lot of range. So I'm going to go ahead and use up everything I've got here on high ground. We're just going to keep upgrading that. Man, I got so much to do here. Because occasionally I don't need the haste. And what we need is more. Oh my God, look at this, how much of this I got, everybody. Holy moly, I had no idea I had that much backlogged. All right, what do we get to? What level? We're level 10. We got to level 10 on that spell. Man, I had a lot of those just sitting around doing a whole lot of nothing. All right, well, hey, now we're really styling. Now it's going to last for 39 seconds. It's going to buff range of fire rates of 120%. All right, now hopefully that'll turn the tide on this battle. So let's go ahead and use that one. We're going to buff all these guys right here in the center. Try to maximize the range damage here. And maybe a little bit left there. Yeah, right there. All right, there we go. All right, let's hope that helps. That's a good 40 seconds of bonus damage. Thank you so much for the follow. 40 seconds of range fire speed. Hopefully that'll help us with this boss here. I kind of feel like it might. Oh, boss is taking a lot of damage. We all grouped up in a really fantastic... Oh, we did it! We did it! It tells you that even the smallest group, when working together at a better rate... oh, man, that spell was wicked. That's a great spell, everybody. I'm using that one for sure. And that's a win. Now, watch how many scrolls we get, everybody. Watch this. This is the end boss of the entire event. We've already done the whole entire thing once, and now we're going to try it again here. Man, look at that, 173. Let's check it out right here. Oh, and we won 3 battles. We're going to win 3 battles. All right, open the captain's chest. Look at this. 30 scrolls going to, boom, HG. Now you're glad you came in and joined us for some Stream Raiders. Check it out. You just got 30 scrolls, bro. So you're going to be able to upgrade your Musketeer there, Rotisserie G, walking away with those flying rogue scrolls. Don't forget, everybody, to grab that Sparkle skin over there. You guys asked for it. You wanted Sparkle Dog as the flying rogue. Go ahead and help to support the stream. You can see we're 53 of 100. If we get to that 100, we're going to go ahead and unlock the Salt Bot. and have him as a skin as well. Netflix coming in, also getting 50. Wow, walking away with 50 Musketeer skulls. Walking away with the big winner there. And of course, Subi coming in, showing you how it's done with 10 kills, putting in tons of units. Look at that. Toch coming in with 6 units there. HG coming in with 5 units. Everybody really putting the units down. All you other peeps, we're down more units. Come on, come on. That's how we bring in the win. That made the difference. Made the difference for sure. All right, so we're going to start all over again. This is the 3rd time now we have lapped this entire thing. If you don't know, everybody, you can actually win a free computer. That's right, just by playing Stream Raiders with us. From Captain.tv, who are the makers of Stream Raiders and also Stream Pirates. I can win 2 exclusive custom Stream Raider skins in the game, as well as Nintendo Switch Lights, as well as a $100 Twitch gift card. So make sure to come and join us all day long. Yesterday, we did 17.5 hours of battles, and we're going to try to do more today, or as much, or about 16 hours, I think, today. That was a long day, everybody, because I have to stop what I'm doing every 15, 20 minutes and come over here and run the battles while I'm trying to work on stuff. But that's okay. You guys are worth it, man. If I help you guys get a free computer, then I'm doing my job right. All right, let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to go ahead and click the buttons, flip the switches here, and get into some more battles. Now, this one I think we can go ahead and keep working on a bit of my characters. You see I have a bunch of max level characters here. These are all max level across here. Look, there's Sparkle Dog, and we also got Norbert, my baby dragon. That you can get. And, of course, me right there, the Wasteland Tycoon. You go ahead and unlock me as well and get me in there backing you guys up here. I feel like I'm going to go right here. I'm going to utilize my monk. Now, I'm trying to... Oh, he's almost there. He's 130 of 150. Let's go ahead and... You know what? I haven't checked the store today. So we go into here. We get some scrolls to upgrade our units. Now, you can earn them by putting your units down. Or if you got a bunch of gold like me, I got like 4,000 gold. At one time, by the way, I had 25,000 gold. I was like, wow, why do I have so much gold? I got to use that up. Because I do a lot of battles, obviously. So I went ahead and bought that buster. Now, if you do want to help support the stream, you go right here. You click on store. You click on skins. You search for mine right here, Kismet. And it does help support the stream. Know that every dollar does go right back into the stream, and a whole bunch of my dollars as well. Right back into the stream. I don't make a dime doing this, but I do make a lot of moments of joy. We have a lot of fun. That's what I'm all about nowadays, everybody. I've had lots of money. I know what it's like. It is pretty nice to not have to worry about your bills. But you know what? I'm just as happy now as I was making 6 figures. I have the things that are most important to me. I have my wife and my family and my health. So there we go. Those are the things that are my highest priority. And everything else just has a tendency just to work itself out in the long run. All right, let's get into it. And thank you to Ragnarox and Lord Iskin for coming in and doing a follow. Now, I need to take a quick AFK for just a second here. It's starting to get warm in here. And so I'm going to go ahead and check why my AC is not cooling it off, and I shall be right back. I'm just going to vanish. I'll be right back. You guys can take a look at my factory while I'm doing that. Here we go. Boop. And I'm back, everybody. My AC was confused. So I went ahead and told it to get to it. Man, I want to stay focused. I don't want to get too hot. Man, there's a big, gigantic storm. The hurricane came through. It was just a tropical depression by then, but it still ain't nothing to joke about, bro. Man, that's some serious amount of rain came through. But we got through it, and I was hoping my AC didn't get messed up because I have one of those outside air conditioners, as most people do, central air and heating, and I was hoping my air conditioner didn't get screwed up. And no, it was just confused, so I reset it, and now it is working. So great. All right, let's get into it, everybody. Now, again, we're redoing our kind of beginning manufacturing here, where we are running a bunch of stuff down the line here. And you can see that we are taking about 600 out of here, and we're running in there. And we'll put all of our mergers in there, but we want to decide which direction do we want to run the kind of finished ore. And it's kind of fun to actually run it back in the direction in which you started. So you can kind of double stack that like that, because I do have a lot of headroom here. And so I can merge these all back, run them into this box, and then I can take this box, and I can go ahead and run it up, say, into here. And so if I'm going to think that out, I need to kind of pre-think that as to where that's going to go. Say something like that, and then we'll go ahead and run it up here. And then that tells me where my constructor is going to go. And so we'll take our constructor out here, and then, again, we'll put this down in here. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just put it, let's offset it by 1. Again, you got plenty of room. I find that a lot of people try to jam all their stuff really close together. And there's nothing wrong with that if you want to, try to maximize your space and all of that. Me, I don't do that. I kind of enjoy making it very nice and open, and I can walk in between it, and I put railings in and really get into it. And again, Update 5 is going to add a lot more cool stuff, so you can add a lot of more amazing stuff to your factory. And it looks complex when you look at it now. You're like, Kismet, God, it's way too complex. It's really simple. You just saw what I did. I extracted ore. I put a whole bunch of things to convert it into ignits, in this case, copper ignits. And then I'm just going to put a whole bunch of constructors that make a bunch of wire. It's really not that hard, everybody. Especially this stuff we're doing right here. This is the beginning of the game. And the math does get a little bit more complex the higher up you go. But really, if you just focus on one section at a time, you build complexity over time, just like anything, just like in real life, right? Just like the same thing. So right here, this is going to be 15 inside. Now, remember, it's 30 in and 30 out. So that combination of 1-to-1 allows you just to go and say, okay, I have 600 ore, and so basically I'm going to be running 600 ignits in here, right? And so this is half the amount that we had before. Now, we could just do easy math and say, well, if this is half the amount, that means we're going to use double the amount of these to basically produce a lot more, right? So we're going to produce double the amount. So we're going to produce around 1,200 wire from this one node. I know, that's a lot. That's a lot of wire. But again, we'll use that later on in cabling and in wire as well. So basically what we can do is just simply do the math. Hey, Siri. Hey, Siri. What's 600 divided by 15?
600 divided by 15 is 40.
It's 40. So, again, we just know it's double what we already did. We already did 20. We have 20 smelters running, which means that we're going to do 40 of these. I know, that's a lot, bro. That's a lot. So, again, you only got so much space, and I'm going to run it in the same tandem line here. And we're going to do the same thing we did over here. And I like to run it like this. I feel like this is super efficient in the way that you run it. So, let's go. That's 2. 3. Now these fit perfectly on these. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now one thing you can't do is you can't stack these on top of each other, but you could, in theory, stack these on top of each other. Because what we could do is we could make a sub-level that's just high enough using our walls, and this works really well. So you can actually create kind of a sub lifting system, and we can go in, get our walls here, and we could go and say, hey, we want to put a wall here at the end, and then make it lift up, right? So we'll lift it up like this, and then we can try to run, say, our foundations here, and I would use the smallest one in this case to try to squeeze it in there just where you can. So we'll try the low level. That runs into there. Let's try one level up. That's not quite high enough, and so on and so forth. So you can just go ahead and lift it again, like this, and so on. Now you can actually finagle this a little bit so that this actually would be just above that. You can go in and actually do that by having the offset of it start down further, or you can use ramps to ramp it down. Like if we were to go like this, I love the double ramp. It's one of my favorite ramps to do. So you can say, okay, hold on, this doesn't work, but I can go ahead and say ramp it up just a little bit with our double ramps, say right here, rotate it this way, and then just ramp it up just a little bit, and then you're welcome. You're welcome. Look at that. Look how cool that is, right? It just barely goes over the top of it. A really cool way of doing that. Plus, you can also make like an arch on both sides, and it makes it look like a roof and all of that. You can really get into it, everybody. Really fun stuff. Now, me, I'm not going to do any of that. I have plenty of space here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run in tandem 2 lines. So when it first comes out of here, it's actually going to split the center line, and then it's going to go over here and do a second row over here. And all of this wire will end up in a certain thing. Now, also, I need to think about where am I going to be doing my cabling. And so I'm just going to have all of this down here, and I'm going to divert a section of it to cabling, and then the rest of it is just going to be wire. All right, so let's keep going. Remember, we're doing 40 of these. We're really scaling it up, so we got to get to it. So I'm going to stay a bit focused here and probably misclick a lot like that. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for coming in. How long have you been a Stream Raiders captain? Oh, man, since they first came out. I was there at TwitchCon when they first announced Stream Raiders. But I didn't get around to it until a little bit afterwards because I am so busy. And I usually have all these kind of a long list of things I want to get to. And Stream Raiders is one of those things. So I think it was 2018, was it? I can't even remember. It's a long time now. A long time. And I actually met them at TwitchCon. And one of my mods said, oh, Kismet, you got to check this out, man. This is really cool. I think it'd be awesome to add to the stream. And, my mods are amazing. I call them the heroes behind the stream. And so I went over there and looked at it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm definitely adding that to my stream. That is super fun. And they've done nothing but made it better and better and better over the years. And so I give huge credit to them for putting so much love and attention into it. And, of course, we also very lucky that I got into the alpha as well for the Stream Pirates. Very rare do I do alphas, only for, I think, the most deserving of games. And Stream Raiders and Stream Pirates is definitely among those games. Very, very fun. Now, some people have way more battles than me and way more wins and way more all of that because they started earlier than me, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I absolutely love it. Really fantastic game. And they do a lot of great giveaways as well. Like right now, you can actually win a free computer. Pretty awesome, I think. A really smart idea, too, because guess what? You get a free computer. Well, guess what you want to do? Play more Stream Raiders. That's what I would say. You want to play more Stream Raiders for sure. I hope you guys win it. I'm good. I don't think I can actually win, I think, as a partner with them. I don't even know. I don't know, everybody, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm here to facilitate your greatness. That's what I try to do. As both a guild leader and also as a gamer, I love to see other people succeed and get cool stuff. That's why I love to do giveaways here in the stream. And I got a lot of awesome sponsors here like Kismet. I love your vibe. I love your stream. I love what you're doing, bro. We got your back, right? Those are the peeps I like to work with. The peeps who really enjoy my vibe and my stream and whatnot. Not just, by the numbers, right? Like a lot of peeps, they don't care about you. Sorry, this is the honest truth. They don't care about you. They only care about you if you're successful. And if you're successful, well, then they just want to kind of leech off your success, right? That's what they're all about. They're like, oh, well, you're successful. You will make us money. Well, then we want to work with you. As opposed to working with you as an individual person and liking what you're doing and then helping you build yourself up to where you are. Thank you so much for that love. That's Rexme coming in with 14 months of sub love. Stream Raiders is life, kids. Exactly. I am so close, by the way. I'm so close to getting my next level of 30s done. I'm trying to get 3 rows of 30s to get that ultimate that ultimate thing done, where you get basically, I think it's 15 30s, and then you got them all unlocked. You got the ultimate quest. I love doing achievements. It's one of my favorite things. Doing achievements and going, look, man, I got every single one of these unlocked, and I did every single thing in here, which is pretty fun. All right, then we'll go ahead and put our mergers along here. We got to do our mergers down below as well. Now, again, this is a lot of repetition, so I'm going to be, you know, chatting it up while I'm doing this stuff. I think you guys got the gist of this. I've done this for hours and hours and hours on stream. We're just kind of merging the front of this stuff here. And you're going to misclick. One of the things that happens when you're floating here is that it does a little bit of overflying, right? A little like drift that happens. And I would do all of the same thing over and over again. Like in this case right here, I'm doing mergers. And I could probably move that a little closer. And then I could do this over here. Say right there. And see, I'm worrying about whether it's centered or not. That's what I'm worried about right now. I'm worrying about the cosmetic, is it centered? And then that's not centered. So we want to go ahead and push that back just a little bit. I'm more worried about that than whether it's going to make the thing or not. And there we go. Much better. And then see now when I connect these in, these will all merge along this same line. And I have them all merging to the end in that direction. And I could change the direction, but we're going to have it merge the end and then go up to the next level where it'll make the cabling. And then the wire will just go up to the next level and it'll run the wire. Then we'll make some cable. We'll run the cable and the wire at the same time. Because we got to make 40 of these suckers. And you can see we've already got those looking good. Let's go ahead and put the rest of these in now that we got this figured out. Very important to watch the direction of your mergers here. And I can see the little green arrow is pointing that way down the line. So it tells you which direction all of these are going to merge to. Very important if you're going to lift it up to the next level, which I'm going to. All right, very nice. Now, while we're doing that, we can also head on down here and do the same thing here. Now, in this case, I wanted actually to go the other way. I'm kind of merging it all the way to the end. And again, you want to just put in merger after merger after merger. No rush, no time, very relaxing. Take your time, build your factory out. Now, sometimes what will happen is when you're revamping your factory like this, is that somewhere in your factory it needs this copper wire. And since you don't have that copper wire, it could cause everything to go off, like your power or something like that. So keep that in mind. If it does, if you have plenty of resources, it's no big deal, because you'll still be able to keep going. Oh wow, look at that timing. In my case, I ran out of some rods there, so let's run over here, see if we got some extra rods laying in here. This one actually is empty now. We'll take that out. Do we got any extra rods? We got a little bit of rods there. We're definitely going to need to run over there and grab some more here in a minute. Let's keep these going. Now, this is when you screw up the most, everybody. It's when you stop in the middle of something, and then you come back, and then all of a sudden your direction of your mergers and all that stuff is in the wrong direction. So, yeah, so there we go. Amen to that. Yeah, there you go. Very cool. I love the game as well. So much potential. I think so as well. I think the way that they really crush it is in their events. Their events are super fun. Every single one of them. Every single one of them I've done. Now, some of them were a bit OP. That were really hard. But that's okay. I don't mind it being tough. Like that boss we just did, right? That boss at the end is pretty tough. And now I use my my skills. We learned about using our range skill at the right time to help us. Usually I use the haste. The haste is really great because it allows you to run to those generators before they generate too many mobs and overwhelm your crew. So the haste works really well. But we also are going to need the ability to... where did I put all that? I think I might have left it over here. Let's go running over here for a minute. Let's see what we did with all this excess stuff. What do we got right here? Oh, I knew I put a bunch of it somewhere. Let's just grab a good amount of that stuff in there. Let's sort it. we doing on concrete? Let's go ahead and get a bit of concrete too. Put the low stack away and keep the heavy stack. There we go. Again, I like to have stuff laying around so while I'm working, we can get it going. Now what I'm doing is I'm putting in max level belts. And you're like, well, Kismet, those belts are way too powerful for what you're doing. These are only coming out at 30 and then 30 again along the thing. So no big deal. Why are you putting in a belt that does 780? And that's because I can. Why not just use your max level belts? There's no reason to use a low level belt at this point. It's not like I'm hurting for those particular resources in this particular moment. As you can see, I have a whole box full of aluminum over there. And so as you go to retool your factory, another thing that you're doing is retooling all your belts. And that's why I like to take stuff out, right? I completely take the whole thing out, and then I only use the high level belts. Now, another thing that is great about using the max level belts is that when your factory goes off, if you lose power or something like that, you will have the ability to basically get your factory back up and running much faster, especially if it's something that's mission critical, that is like your power or something like that, which we're going to work on next after this. You definitely want to have your power be able to start back up as quick as possible, especially running your coal. You want your coal to run into those machines, get back up and running so that you can get the rest of your factory going as well. Look at it just churning away there. Nice. Okay, so we're running them all down to the end here. And what we're going to do is have a bit of fun over here. Is we're going to go ahead and use our lifters. And we're going to go ahead and lift this up. And again, this is why I highly recommend this game. If you've not discovered it yet, it is called Satisfactory. I'm playing on the Epic Game Store because it was an exclusive for a while. And you know what? I don't fault them for that. You know, you got to make their money. They got to get their funding. And basically, they funded this amazing game, right? If you come out with an amazing game and it's an exclusive, I'll give you a slide. I'll give you a slide on it. Now, if you come out with a sucky game and make it exclusive, well, then I'm not going to give you a slide. But if you come out with a great game like this, like Satisfactory, and again, sometimes I just do stuff because I like the way that it looks, right? Now, I could have combined that and merged that and done a whole bunch of things, but I think that looks cool when it's running, right? So now it's backlogging just so many of these copper ignits in here. And that's going to run up into this upper level that we're working on right now. And we've only done one half of the thing. And again, if you notice way at the end here, we had, let's count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 10. And I made an extra one at the end here. I'm only going to make one extra one. And that's just to get rid of any excess ore in there. And eventually it'll burn up all that excess ore and then be working at its maximum efficiency with no backlog. And then also using up every bit of resources. So let's get back to it over here. We are putting in some lines here. Let's go ahead and put in all the lines for what we got going here. Again, this floating around stuff is awesome. And see how I just kind of aim to the center there? You just aim to the center of this, it'll automatically put that in the right spot. You can do these really fast, by the way. Look at this. Oh, look, there I go again. You're going to make a mistake. You're going to make mistakes all the way along as you go. You're going to misclick. You might accidentally move just a little bit when you click at the end. I do a lot of that accidental clicking for sure. You might offset it incorrectly. But remember, at any moment, you can take it out. You get all the resources back, and you style it. You're styling. You're ready to rock. Right there. I probably want to add some more foundations here while we're at it. Let's go ahead and wait for that to save. There's a bit of save lag every now and again. That lag that you see is it's saving. We'll get down right here at eye level. Look at that. Oh, so easy. So easy, man. So great. And again, I've done probably hundreds of thousands of these foundations, or at least thousands and thousands of them. And I can tell you every single time I do it, it just makes me giddy as can be. Because it's just, in every building game that you play, and I play a lot of, survival games and building games like 7 Days to Die, Valheim, Fallout 4, and Fallout 76, which has some pretty fun building in it, and a whole bunch of other ones. We played Factorio. We played. I can list off 100 different ones. You get the idea. And this one has the best building because it's so subtle, right? Look how subtly I can maneuver that in there, and that's a lot of hard work. That's a lot of effort thinking that out on how to make it so easy that I click and then click in the center. And then go. And I feel like people really take that for granted until you play another game after you play this game, and then you're spoiled. You are spoiled after you play this game because it is just that good. All right, we're going to go ahead and put a splitter right here. Now, normally, by the way, I don't put stuff at the ground level like I'm doing right here. And the reason why I don't, I typically have them lifted. But you have so much room here. It's not like you have to go and make it all fancy and lift it up and do all of that. You can just make it nice and clean as it is. All right, and that's going to go that way. And then we're going to split this one out, and we're going to create the same thing over here along this way. So let's go ahead and put these in. I'm probably going to run out of some resources at some point. Whoa, there we go. Look out. I feel like I'm better off over on this side. There we go. Nice. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and do our splitter, and again, watch our splitter directions coming in from there. Want that to be a little closer. And a little closer there. And then we'll see if we like that. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's go. Oh, now look at that. I could see that that one was the wrong direction. How did I see that was the wrong direction? Let me put that in again. I can see it's the wrong direction because I'm looking at the top. I'm a very visual person. So when I'm looking at the top, I can see that the orange is on the wrong side. See where it is over here? See how the... Well, this thing's in the way. See how the orange is on this side? And then on this one, it's on the other side. A great visual clue. A lot of visual clues they added to the game over time that just tell you, hey, look out, man. You're putting that down the wrong way. You don't want to put 50 of those down and have them all be the wrong way. So really great visual clue as well. And see, look at that. Let's see, I moved just a little bit at the last second. And then it gets me. It gets me for sure. Okay, these are going to go up and down I go. Now, how come I went like that? That's because I've run out of power. There's no power on this side. But I can run over here just to make it easier. I can also upgrade these poles too. All these poles are going to get replaced and rerun. But I'm just going to go ahead and upgrade that. And I love the floating part of the game where you can float around. It just makes it so much easier. And you don't have to use any mods. I don't use any mods. I don't even use any alternate recipes. And you're like, Kismet, what? You don't use alternate recipes? Alternate recipes are awesome. I agree. They are awesome. But if I use alternate recipes, then I'm going to be doing something here in game that not necessarily everybody who's watching me can do, because I'm going to have those recipes that they may not have. So I would just put that right there, make it nice and easy for me to work. There we go. And now we're going to put these in over here. And this is going to require a tremendous amount of power, too. Every time you scale up like this, this is going to just really upscale your power. Now, remember, I'm going from 60 extraction to 600. So it's 100 times the extraction I was doing before in this one upgrade. Now, look at that. That's a lot of machinery going on right there. And again, what's going to happen is we're going to double merge down the center. You want to watch out that you don't overload your belts in the long run, because what's going to happen is this is going to actually produce at double the rate. So I'm actually going to be producing, when I go to produce where's that wire? When I go to produce wire, it's going to actually, instead of 600, it's going to produce 1200 wire, and that's going to be faster than my actual belts can carry, right? So each one of my belts can carry 780 at maximum. And so I need to also, when I go to do this, one side needs to merge together, and then the other side needs to merge. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to merge down the side and down the side. And then this one right here is going to merge and then split. And so I cut that in half, the center one in half, and then that's going to merge into the other two, and both of those will be 600. So I'll be piping 1200 basically in two separate lines, because you're definitely going to need two separate lines. So you definitely want to think out that math as well. Before you get too far into it, you need to think about how you're going to merge all of this and how you're going to run all of this. Otherwise, you hit those bottlenecks. And you hit a lot of bottlenecks in the early game. Reason why I'm not hitting any bottlenecks, one, I'm thinking it out. And number two, I'm in the later game. I'm definitely toward the late game. I'm using level 3 extractors. I'm boosting them, overclocking them, and also using the highest level belt here. Which is why I typically don't tool up my factory until I get to this later stage. Now, I could have, in the very beginning, just started building it like this, right? Started building it like this. So I start building the first, say, 4 or 5 of them when I'm doing 60, right? So if I'm doing 60 extraction, then I actually only need 2 of the things. But then I could add more and more and more as I go along. So once you play through once, you can kind of pre-think this stuff out. Or if you're just watching my stream, you can pre-think this out and actually say, okay, you know, as I build, I'm going to build inline from the very beginning. And then all you need to do later on is just come over here and upgrade these belts, right? Especially the belts that are running down the center, that are splitting. Now, the ones on the sides here, you don't necessarily have to upgrade those ever. You can just leave those the same forever and never have to worry about it from the very beginning of the game. Because the input of this doesn't change unless you overclock it. The input is always the same, 15. So I could use the lowest level belt right now and it would be fine. But if you're using an overflow system, where it flows into one, fills that one, it goes next to one, flows in that one, you want it to be as fast as you can because you want it to fill that as fast as it can so then it can overflow into the next one and fill that one and so on and so forth. So you want it to fill at the maximum speed in the later game, for sure. This way, when you start up all of this, it'll start up just that much faster. And you're good to go. All right, I think I already did this side. All right, let's go ahead and connect all of these together. Got all of that connected. Just want to make sure we kind of fly around, make sure everything's connected well. This is all looking good, and now we need to add a bit over here, and we're ready for a battle. We'll get that going. Whoa, look out. Add another row here. Now, I don't fill in rows until I need them. If you notice, I've got these rows over here on the left that are not filled in. And the reason why is because I don't bother to waste my resources on it. Because I may never use that spot at all. So as I fill it in, though, I'll go in and do it. Now, all of these lines that are running across here were my original lines. Those will all get moved to what I call a run level. Notice there's a level underneath here that doesn't have anything. That level underneath there is called my run level. And that's where I run all of my lines. So you'll never see those lines running across. They'll all be hidden in a sandwich level in there, which is really, really fun to do because then all that spaghetti that you see, no more. No more looking at that spaghetti running across the whole entire area here. And that's not a splitter. We need a merger. What are we doing here? There we go. We need a merger on this side. Now, we'll do that battle here in just a second. Let me get that in. Let's do this battle while I go ahead and put some more of these down. To battle! Now, what do we want more? Do we want haste or do we want a ranged attack? I'm going to say haste. I usually go with haste so we can run in there as quick as possible, try to get that battle over and get another battle in. Let's do it. So now we have multiple options. It's definitely for those harder bosses, we want that ranged love. Again, I'm just going to try to fill all this in while you guys are watching that battle. Putting down mergers. Oh, out of rods. All right, now's a good time to travel back over here while you guys are watching that and get me some more rods. Let's go. Open chest. Grant you guys some love. HG again walking away with loot. Man, you're on a roll today. Shree Bog coming to get some love. Netflix getting some gold. I'm MVP. Nah, don't count me. JJ coming in. You're MVP with a double roll with 5 kills and 5 assists. You're MVP, bro. Nice job. All right, let's keep going. Oh, yeah, definitely right down here in the corner. You know, I'm going to use my Berserker. Am I using my Berserker? Who else I got? Yeah, Berserker time. Let's go, baby. Let's get the Berserker in here. I haven't used him in a long time. Get in there, Berserker. Get doing your thing, bro. Now, again, if it's not a 4 skull, I go ahead and use my lower unit so I can, every time you put down any unit other than a legendary, it'll give you a scroll. And so if you do it enough, eventually you get to a point where that unit levels up. And then, man, you got a nice, powerful unit. So, pretty fun. Come and join us, everybody. We're going to have some fun doing some Stream Raiders all day long. All right, now I got a bunch of resources just laying around here. You know what? While I'm going, let's just pull out a little bit of these random resources here, since we're kind of heading up to our spaghetti city over here. Now, this is what we're trying to fix, everybody. And I build this on purpose to drive people crazy. Look at this. I know it triggers some of you in the chat, and it's just so funny to me every single time, because it triggers me, because I know I want that to look nice, and I want to be all the lines to be run perfect. But while you're building and while you're first playing the game, this is usually what your base ends up looking like, because you're running it here and there and everywhere where you want it to go in the moment, because you're just trying to progress through the game, and you're just running it everywhere, and it's just an absolute mess. So what we've done is we've gone back, because we're up in the highest tier right now, and I'll show you here when we get into the hub over here. And so we've just run it in the moment, right? If you run stuff in the moment without pre-planning it or pre-running it and under-running and taking that extra time, you end up with that. So what we're doing right now is we are on particle acceleration. We're on the highest tier right here, tier 8. We got one more to go. Particle enrichment, and we're not in any hurry. I could turn this in and do all the stuff right now if I wanted to, but we're kind of leaving this to the end game after we go through and we rebuild all the parts of our factory and everything's running at that hyper efficiency. Then we're going to come in and we're going to do particle enrichment. You're like, well, Kismet, Update 4 has been out forever. Why have you not finished it? Because I'm never in a hurry, everybody. I like to get the most out of this, right? The most out of my cash. And I have gotten so much, I mean, as in a return for your value, oops. As in a return for your value, everybody, Satisfactory is like a 1,000-fold return. For any game, right, you want to know how many hours you're going to get out of that game. And I've played this game for hundreds of hours. Easy. I don't even remember. I don't even know what I'm at. Can you even see that on Epic? I don't know. It's a lot of hours. I can tell you that, because it's just so fun. It's very relaxing, too. So you're just sitting there and you're building, you're putting your little stuff down, connecting it together. It's just a wonderful thing. One of those things, don't stress about it. Now, of course, when you hear that noise, then that'll stress you out because your power went off. And at some point, my power is going to go off because I am overwhelming it right now. By building such massive structures without upgrading my power first. And I've added nuclear power, so I do have a lot of excess power. But it'll get to a point where I'll definitely have to do it. And that's why we're going to do power next and scale that up. All right, and let's see. What did I come in here for? Oh, I was just going to show you what tier I was at. That's right. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, what's the ultimate goal of this particular game? Well, to make a beautiful factory, I think that's like your ultimate goal. So your first goal, learn the mechanics, build a factory, get up to that high level. Your second goal, make the factory amazingly beautiful, and then go from there. And then they actually added a end goal to the game, which has become employee of the planet. Right? So you've got to make these 4 things which use the highest level resources in the game, and then pipe them here in the space elevator. And I don't know what happens when you pull that. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. We will get that. We will do it little by little over time. Now, this game is also multiplayer. You can play with other people. I can't wait till they add servers for this. It's going to be really awesome, man. There's going to be some amazing builds and whatnot. We'll tap every node in the entire game when they bring servers in, everybody. I will make us a mega server thanks to my awesome peeps over at Nitrado. We'll get that going. Now, the purpose of my hub right here is actually to send all of the resources into this center area. And so when I need something, like right now, I need some rods, well, they're ready to go, right? Maybe I want to take some of these resources, and I have a little place here in the back here where I put all of this random stuff. We can go ahead and just put all that, stuff over there that we might need later for making dyes and all sorts of fun stuff. But we can go ahead and have a place for each and every one of these resources, and you'll see I'll put every single resource in the game around my hub. So I can come over here, grab a bit of this. Now again, look, there's a stack with just one. Let's take that out. And we'll grab a bunch of this. We're definitely going to need a bunch of that. How are we looking on our plates? Where are our plates? Are we out of plates, really? I think we're out of plates too. All right, well, cool. While we're here, guess what? I got a whole other box full of those. Oh, we did have a little bit because it says 28 right there. A little bit hiding in there. We also have some reinforced iron plates, which should be massively overfilled by now at some point. Oh, wait. Oh, we don't have it running in here. That's right. We don't have it running in the box right now. It's actually making a bunch of stuff. Oh, we didn't run the overflow. Oh, it just dawned on me. We didn't run the overflow into there. We took it out. Oh, we forgot to do that last time. Okay. No worries, we got this. Watch this. We're running the thing in here, and it's running over here to make a bunch of modular frames, and that's what's going on down here, right? More modular frames than I'm probably making in a really, really long time. This is doing nothing but modular frames. Look how many I've got going, right? That's just from these reinforced iron plates. But one of the things that I meant to do, but it looked like I didn't get to, is to put those reinforced iron plates, any overflow, up into this next level, and then run them directly into my box, which is not that one. It's this one, I think, right here. Yes, I think it's that one. And that's why you'll see I run it out the front here to remind me which one's what. And so this one needs to be moved back. That's what we were doing. We're going to move that back and then run that up into there. Because what we want to do actually is run this one over by one. Like this. Put this back in. We'll take this out. And we'll move this back. To align that. Now, once you see something like this, you definitely want to fix it in the moment. Otherwise, you will forget, and it will never get fixed. I find, anyway. I find that I will forget and not fix it properly. Let's take this out. Let's make this go the same way as that. There we go. Clean that up. Just make it look nice. Run that just ever so slightly to the side there. Now, you can run them individually. You know, you have plenty of space. Nothing like you have to really do that. But this one actually is this one. And notice I took that other one out. And the reason why I did that is so that when I come back later, I will fix that one and do all of that. But here we go. So we got to get it from here. So we want to put a splitter in right here. And you can just aim at the thing. This is another cool thing they've added to the game. If you aim at it, it actually slides along the belt. It's so cool, bro. It's so cool that they do that. And then we can also just kind of try to visually align it here. Put it onto there, and that's going to split there. And you can probably guess what we're going to do next, right? We're going to take this. We're going to run it up here. We're going to try to align this as best we can. Let's say it right there. And this definitely actually needs to come down just one more. Just because it's going to be below that area. Let's say something like this. And then run that into there. Now, what it's going to do is run any excess that it no longer is using in the, or actually it's going to split half of it right now. And I can put a splitter on there, by the way, this splitter that says once this is filled, then do this. But if it's not filled, don't do that, right? Because right now I'm just cutting it in half. It's called Smart Splitter. We can do that later on. But right now it's going to just go in here and it's going to overwhelm this box with a massive amount of those and keep those going. Now, also, you can see that they're actually running out up here as well to another location. And we can go ahead and keep those running out. But it looks like this is stopped. And the reason why this is stopped is because there's some other resource that has caused it to stop. And let's back this up a bit here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, what prompted all of this is that I do have some extra on me here. And let's put those back in there for right now. And then let's grab this. There we go. Take that out. And we'll put that in nicely. And then, of course, over time, we'll go through and we'll fix every single one of these over there. And I kind of feel like actually my modular frame should be over here and my rotor should be over there. It's kind of like in the order of which you typically will build stuff in the game, right? You kind of build your wire, then you build your cables, and you do your copper, and so on down the road. And this copper one looks like it's offset by just a little bit. That'll drive me crazy. See that? How it's offset back and it's not perfectly in there. That'll drive me crazy over a long period of time. And so I will come back and I will fix that later. But not right now. Let's stay focused. So we got that working. That's now going to fill that box. We'll have that in case we need it. Later on, we can sort it. We can put a low-level one in there. We can put the full stack of that. Now we've got that. We've got all of our other stuff that we need. And we're ready to run back. And again, we're going to be scaling up every single part of the factory. Right now, we're working on copper. Then we're going to work on our power. And we're kind of building out the factory as we go. Okay, so we got all of these looking good. I think we've got these all tied together. We're just going to go to the end here. We needed one more merger. Always the way it is, everybody, is like you just need that one more merger, that one more thing. And that's when you run out of resources. I don't know. I find that very funny. You run out right at the very last one. A little power there. A little power gap there. That's okay. We're good. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up. This is how I play when I'm not actually on stream, everybody. I typically slow down. I've watched a lot of streams where people are going so fast you have no idea what the heck they're doing. And that sucks. Because they might do something cool, and then you're like, whoa, that was cool. What was that? And they're like, go Google it. I'm like, whoa, that's really super rude, dude. I ain't watching your stream. So I don't mind if you ask. If I go a little bit too fast for you, and you're like, Kismet, what did you just do there, man? That was awesome. How do you do that? Feel free to ask in the chat if I go a little too fast for you. But there we go. So that one is now feeding over here and starting to backlog. And we want to kind of sweep across here and look that it actually is making it all the way in each and every one of these and all the way to the end. Same thing over here. All the way at the end. It's backlogging into all of those. And that is looking perfect. All right, so there we go. That is 1,200 wire going right there. Now, of course, the thing we need to do is go in and tell it actually to be wire. And then see if it actually feeds it in there. Into the actual thing, right? Now, it's not going to feed in there until after you add your power. But one thing we can do before we put the roof on here is we can go through and we can go ahead and paste all of these to wire. And you're like, Kismet, why do you need so much wire? Well, because later on, I'm going to be scaling up the later part of my factory, and I will need a ton of wire and a ton of cabling down the road. And you can figure out all the math ahead of time, by the way. You can just start at the end, like what are you trying to do at the end, and then work your way backwards and say, okay, I need this much wire, I need this much cable from the end. And that's usually the best way to do it. When you get more advanced at the game, is you start at the end and you say, okay, I'm going to need 5 nodes just to support this manufacturer that I have running. And that's fun. You can do it, you know, via a spreadsheet, or you can just do it visually, right? There's nothing wrong with just coming in here and building some stuff out without doing all the numbers. You know, hey, whatever you like to do. You don't want to do all the math for it? That's fine. Sure, Gabe, you play it however you want. That's wire, and then wire. Again, see how I have to like open each and every one of these and paste it in? I think it'd be way easier if it was, you just made one, you copied that one, and then you put it down, right? That would be way better than me having to come back and copy paste it here, each and every one. So, thank you so much for the follow. Who was that awesome person? Mad Demon coming in with the follow. Appreciate you showing the stream some love. I'm going to catch up here on chat in just a second, everybody. Sometimes I do get focused. This way it helps me not screw up as much. I'm not going to say it doesn't help me not screw up. I'm just going to say just not as much. So there we go. We got all those in there. We're good to go. So yeah, I've been a Streamliner captain for a very long time. I have over 700 wins. Boss wins, which means that I have over 7,000 battles that I've done. And we're going to do a lot of battles today, so settle in. We did 17 and a half hours of battles yesterday. Try to get you guys maybe a free computer. Never know. Not for me, though I wish I could give away computers, but I'm going to get it from, hopefully, from the peeps over there at Captain.tv who are giving away a free computer. Pretty awesome. All right, so we want to go ahead and raise this up and get it to match up to our run level here. We've got a bunch of stuff here in the way. We can go ahead and just go right off of here. There we go. All right. Now, again, our run level is just above here. We're going to run this over here. What we've already got established. And we're going to use a bit thinner here. When I'm using run levels, this is the time in which I use my 8x1s. But normally I use the 8x2s, and the reason why I use the larger ones here is because I feel like they would more hold your factory, even though this is a whole bunch of space metal that we're using. You know, I feel like it's more legit. If you're going to put big, gigantic manufacturers on there, it definitely would be more substantial. You'd want to have a more substantial foundation than these little thin little things here. All right, now let's really go to town here. We're really going to get to it. Now, these ones actually are harder to do. I screw these ones up a lot more than I do the thicker ones. They're just easier. See, they're just easier to put down the thicker they are because I can aim toward the middle. If you mess up, no big deal. Just take them back out. I mess up all the time. And you're like, Kismet, why are you building that? Well, one, I'm building it so eventually I can run all of my cables through here. But also, I'm doing this so that I can put the power vertically, which I love doing. I absolutely love putting the power up instead of having it in these little beams and whatnot. I think it works way better. Make sure you've got lots and lots of concrete, everybody. You're going to need... I mean, concrete would probably be the #1 thing I would say. Get going and then never let it stop. I would actually make it as vital as part of your power, right? If you make a power grid, which I suggest to do... oh, almost died there. Make a power grid that is separate from the rest of your manufacturing. And that's something we'll need to do here in a minute, is to make an ability to switch this whole entire part of the factory off. I got a little power lull right there. Come here, you little power. Get over here. Little power lull. It's making my little hover thing drop. There we go. Hey, what's up, Eat Banana Bread? How you doing today? Almost done with my 500 tickets to the drawing. Well, I hope you guys get it unlocked. Make sure to get as many tickets as you can for every unit that you put down in Stream Raiders. You're going to get some tickets toward potentially winning all that loot, man. If you do win, let me know. I'm super excited for some of you guys to win some loot from them. They are awesome. All right, so we put that one in, and then we'll go ahead and put the rest of this in over here. This is some mass expansion right here. This is some serious time spent. Making that noise. There's something over here. Oh, it's that thing that's not even being used in the game yet. I don't bother collecting those unless I don't want to listen to them make that noise. Because it makes me think, whoa, look out. Whoa, a little power lull right there. It makes me think there's a worm over there. A little snail that I could use. And look how you can build from underneath. You can build from on top. You can build at an angle. The building is so subtle and so fantastic. Again, I give this game an 11 out of 10 in early access. Incredibly, incredibly fantastic. All right. Man, it was fantastic when they added trains. And that was a while ago. That was years ago, everybody. It was already fantastic then. And it has done nothing but get better and better and better. So, pretty awesome. Now, another thing we're going to do is go ahead and bring this out as well. Now, these ones are a lot easier because they're thicker. And I can very easily try to do it like that. There we go. Bring that all the way out, and we'll fill the rest of these in when we get to it. We just hang it over the side. A little scary. All right, we'll come back to that. Now we got all this going. All right, now we have a roof, so we could basically run all of our power. Now, this is going to be a good amount of time spent putting these in. So what I feel like I'm going to do... Oh, I need another line here. I didn't quite finish this right side here. Let's get this right side in. And what I'm going to do is just create like a down the center kind of thing, because I find that makes it easier. Even though it's not perfectly straight up and down, it just makes it easier for me to run those lines, and they still look good. Oh, that's being blocked. That's being blocked by the conveyor belts. We're going to replace all of those and run those in our run line eventually. Like, uh-oh, Kismet, you're going to run out of concrete. I don't ever run out of concrete. I don't ever run out. I mean, I run out on my character, but I don't ever run out in the game. I am always making concrete every single second that I am playing this game. I'm always generating concrete. I like to backlog. Sometimes I do 2, 3, 4 boxes of the big boxes of concrete. So I always have it backlogged. Right here, you can see we've got something on top here of my concrete. a little extra box for me to put my resources in. And this one I have offset just so it's easier visually to find. And you can see I've got plenty in here for sure. I always take the smallest one out, the smallest stack, so it doesn't burn up my space. Let's see, we can definitely put some of this down. Look at that. Look at that coming in. I mean, I build at a gigantic scale, as you can see. This game, you can build truly phenomenally massive stuff. Make sure that your card can handle it, though. It will make your video card beg for mercy in the long run. Now, some stuff you can't remove, like stuff like this, so I just cut it through there and just RP in that I went in and I cut it out. Sometimes you gotta just add your own stuff to games. All right, so again, I'm just gonna go ahead and make this go right there. That just makes that easy. And we're just gonna kind of rinse and repeat. Again, I hope you don't mind. I'm just gonna speed up. Try to get this done. How are we doing on time? Oh my God, time goes. This is one of those games, man, where you're playing it and jeez, it's like, I mean, it's like an accelerator to time. I've been playing for 2 hours. It feels like I've been going for about 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a time accelerator, that's for sure. You want to know something that is a time machine? They're called games. Games are spending time with the ones that you love. Those are the two things that accelerate time, I find. Like, you know, you go out, you're talking, you're having a good time with that special someone. All of a sudden, you look at and you've been sitting there talking to them for like 2-3 hours straight. Right? That's when you know you're digging that person. Or that particular game. Whoa. I knew it the second I clicked it. And we'll go ahead and connect all these lines here in a bit. Let's just get them all attached. And again, you don't have to run them individually. I did see them where they put one in the center and they try to connect it. I like to run them that way. I don't know. That's just the way. That's just my particular style. And again, I'm kind of cheating a little bit where I'm running it forward a little bit like that in there. Now again, another thing I could do is just kind of center this in there so that the center line's there. And then when I go to run it, I can just run them all to a center line. So a single, this one could come up to the center line and that one could come up to the center line. Or I could go not only center line between the two things, right? Not only the left and right center, but also the center width and height to center, right? So that I could go in the center here and then all four of these connect in there. Because you can do that with these ones. These ones actually upgrade as well, just like your other power poles. You can upgrade them to the Mark IIs, and then they do 7 connections instead of just 4. But that one, I'm just going to go ahead and just move it that way. And we're just kind of line it up this way. We're just going to use these nice line up things. So again, if you want to think about your power, work at the end and work your way backwards. In this case, the end would be how are you going to connect your power? You could align these in such a way that they would align down the center, and then you could offset it, or say it's in the corner here, and then the things are set that way and this way in both directions, right? That's really thinking it out there, everybody. That's really getting into it. And that's fun, too. I like doing that kind of stuff. It makes it super fun. In the long run. What really matters in the long run is that all of your power actually works. That's the most important thing. All of your things turn on. Okay, and the first thing I'm going to do is cross connect. It's looking good. We're going to go ahead and cross connect this way, just so that both those lines are connected. And then let's go ahead and do the easy part, which is connect all of these together. And I always try to go in a very systematic way so I don't miss something, right? The more non-systematic you are, the more chance of making a mistake. And you're like, wait, why is my factory not starting up? And that's because you missed that one connection, which could be foreshadowing for a future here. You missed that one connection that is not starting your whole entire thing up. There we go. And then we'll connect this one. That one will chain this whole side over that way. One of my favorite things is to not start it up. You're like, well, Kismet, what do you mean not start it up? Not start it up until it's ready. Until when you turn it on, it just does its thing, which I find very fun. Is that you get to a point where you just, turn this whole thing on and it is going crazy. Now, I don't really need that redundant line at the end there, but I don't know. That's my jam, everybody. I like redundant lines. Because in some games when you're playing, if one thing gets, if it's going this way and this thing gets knocked out in the center, it can go the other way, just in case that power line gets knocked out. So I'm a big fan of that. It's a good habit to get into for sure. And then again, another cross line here at the end. Okay, there we go. That's power right there. We're good to go. Now we got some power down here that we're running. Now that we have the ability to run it here vertically, we really don't need any of this power line here, right over here. So we go ahead and just take this out. We'll go ahead and make this nice and vertical power now, like this. And then we'll connect this across over to there. And so this will all be tied together now. And then we'll take this out and see how I drop right there because we lost power. And this is running that power across. And so we'll go ahead and go up here and see that's running this power all the way over to my other side of the factory there. So I need to keep that in mind as well. And I'm going to actually take this one out, which is going to take all that stuff out. And I'm going to go over here and take this out and so on. Now, I do have a little bit of power nearby because I can tell. See, I'm still floating. So somewhere there is still power, and it's most likely above me in there. And we'll take this one out. And I think I put one down, one of these as well. So now, instead of running it like that, we'll go ahead and just tap back here. And we'll go ahead and tap this up to here. But we don't really want to do that. The reason why is we want to have the ability to turn this on and off. So we want to have a separate line for this, which is going to just run it from this side to the other side of the factory. So we're just going to go ahead and create a separate line, let's say right there. And that will be the line that goes all the way over here. And we'll run it underneath here now that we have a place to run it, all the way across over to that other side as well. And so we'll also put a bit of a connector. So when we come in, now, I'm a big fan of putting the connectors by the actual extractor, right? So if you come over here and you're checking your extractor, you can turn this entire factory on and off by that connector. But in this case, I'm going to put it over on this side just so it's a little bit easier, a little bit closer to my hub. And then also I know where my central power connection is hitting. So I'm going to go ahead and use one of these. Now, this is the thing that I've been wanting in the game forever. Now, I need to watch out that I'm not blocking any of my stuff, but this is all already done. It's already fed, so we're good. And so I'm going to put this power switch down. Now, this power switch is going to have two sides. It's going to have an A and a B side, and I've got that kind of reversed. Hold on, let me turn that around because I'm just that kind of stickler, everybody. I want it to be that way. There we go. And so you're going to have it be a line in and then a line out. Now, in this case, I'm actually going to, or actually, let's put it at the very end. Let's put it like this. Yeah, let's try it like this today. All right, I think that's fun. Let's go ahead and put that switch right there. And so what it's going to do is we're going to take it down and we're going to connect it to the A side. And then the B side here is going to connect in to the rest of this. Now, what's going to do is it's going to back chain all the way down to the part over there. So it's actually going to use all of this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run our power in such a way that if I turn this one off, it will turn off all of this, my extractor, and all of the stuff up above, because all of this is on its own separate circuit. It only has one connection right here. And this is something you want to do while you're doing retooling all your factory and redoing your power. Now, one of the other cool things that they've added is labels, everybody. I absolutely love the fact you can put a label on here. We're going to call this copper 001, like that. And then we go ahead and flip that power switch on, and we are ready and operational. And there we go. Those are all back up and running. And then we'll go over here and run across here and check this. This is green. All right, nice. And then we also want to bring our power up to here so we can run all of this. Now, right here is the perfect place because we already have a bit of an opening there. And we can go ahead and just run that power right here. So we're going to go ahead and create a nice little, let's say, little wall outlet. A little bit higher there. And we'll go ahead and we'll bring this over to here. Back chain that up into there. And then from here up into there. Oh, that already has 4 connections? It does. Okay. No worries. We'll connect it over there. Now, see, I don't like it to go through stuff like that. That would drive me crazy. So I'm definitely taking that out. No, no, no. Well, let's go ahead and try something more like this. Then more like that. There we go. And then cross-connect that. There we go. Now we don't have it cutting through there. And we have one central line. And there it goes, everybody. In sync. All of them starting up and starting to go. Isn't that cool? I think that's the coolest thing is when you click it on and the thing just starts firing it up. And there it goes, making all of our wire. That is 1,200 wire that we're doing right there. Now that is probably digging a huge strain on my power. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little power pole. And that power pole allows me to look at my overall power generation. Now, if I had everything running in my factory, it would be way more power than I actually could use. And it would actually start to use up all of my power. And you can see actually where I'm at right now, the amount of power that I'm producing is actually not enough to do it. And you can see that it uses up a little bit too much power, and then it uses my batteries, and then it's going kind of up and down and up and down and up and down, right? And eventually, if I let this run long enough, it's going to actually take out my power in such a way. Because I'm actually consuming 4,000, but I'm producing 3,990. And I actually was producing a lot more, but some of my power has turned off. And the reason why the power is turned off is because I have kind of disconnected parts of my factory while I'm retooling it. And that's going to happen. And I try to keep it right at the level in which everything is working, right? And then I'll go and I'll switch power and then factory. Power, factory, power, factory, back and forth, back and forth. You get the general idea. All right, now we have all of this running to the end here, and we need to get all of this to go up to the higher level up above here and then feed it down the line. Now, right above here is what's called my run level. And let's just go ahead and say right here. Is my run level. So this is where I'm going to actually run my copper. So I'm going to put it up here along with my reinforced iron plates. I'll probably add it here, or maybe I'll add it there. And you're like, Kismet, how do you get it right there? Well, one of the drawbacks of running stuff like this is the fact that that should have been over at the other end. But I'm also going to be running other resources from way over there, and they'll run along this outer line. And so the copper I'm actually going to run in the upper lines here. And those will run along and follow where we're going here. And they'll run along all the way over there and eventually end up in those boxes. Now, I can also run it straight through here, along here. And then you can see I'm running my concrete and my various other copper items right there. And we're running that all the way over here. You can see it running here and then being lifted upwards into here and being utilized right there. As well as we can go ahead and run that into our box, which you can see over here. We're running some of that up into the box itself at the end. Again, we can backtrack all of this stuff. You can see it's being split, run on this side up into here, and then the other side running over here to produce whatever this was producing. You can see I've got my plastic disconnected there. This is producing AI limiters over here. And again, we've already forwarded our thing. And I could finish the game right now. I could go in, build it out. But I feel like one of my favorite things is to come back and really overclock it and really go in and make a massive tons of resources to the point in which it is excess. It is so much excess in the moment in which you're building it, but later on it's not. It's really not going to be too much. It's actually probably not going to be enough. I'll probably get to a point where I need, oh wait, I need a little bit more wire, right? And then I'll go find another copper node and I'll make a bunch of wire and I'll run that over. And you'll run into that problem if you don't work from the end saying, look, I need 950 wire to make this part of the factory, and then work your way backwards, right? In this case, I'm working my way forward by making just as much as I possibly can, and then running that, and then working it out as I go. And again, you can do all the math ahead of time, or you can do it as you go. It's up to you. It's up to you. All right, now we're going to go ahead and run this out of here. We're going to do something really fun right here, where we're going to run this down and run that down. Actually, probably want to move this back by one. And we're going to run all of this together and run it to the upper level. And then it's going to go here to the run level, but also it's going to go a level up because we also want to make a bunch of wire. So I'm going to actually split this in half, and I'm going to have half wire and half cable, though that's really not the best combo. Usually it's about a quarter wire and then 3/4 cable, or vice versa, depending on what you're building next. So, but I'm going to cut it in half, and we can always come back and retool it and readjust it and say, okay, well, we need more wire than we need cable, or vice versa, and adjust it. We're going to do all of that in just a moment. First, we're going to do this battle. Let's go. To battle! All right, it's battle time, everybody. Let's do it. Let's get these evil frogs and get you guys some more loot. Yeah, slinging people around, are you? Slinging them around, always very fun. Again, those are stream avatars down there at the bottom. They are free to play. You can go ahead and scroll down in the bottom there and play around with that as well. Redundant systems save a lot of heartache. That's true. 29 to go. Go, Les Marble, go. That's it. 29 to go, and then you'll have max. And again, we're doing a ton of battles. I want you guys to have the highest chance of winning that free computer. Glorious sea of green lights. I know, right, Brick? I love to see that, especially when you start up. Now, of course, some of them were still yellow because they're still overflowing into those, but we'll get it going. Now, this hydration going out to HG, reminding me to hydrate. Thank you so much for that. Again, I try to work it in. I don't hydrate every single time someone tells me to hydrate. I work it in, but I appreciate the reminder. Let's see. HG, Rotisserie G walking away with some gold. And Rotisserie G, MVP of that round. And again, let's keep it going. We're going to try to get to these loyalty tokens here. What else we got? Let's rock a banner. Is there like specific people I should be putting down for some quests? I didn't even look. Whoa, all right. Well, we got a whole bunch of stuff in here we should have been collecting. All right, cool. We got that done. I don't need healer scrolls, but thanks. Oh, flag bearers. There we go. Oh, and my mage. You know, my mage is actually my highest level legendary. Look at this. I'm almost there. Master Raider. All I've got to do is do 4 more units to max level, and I get the ultimate achievement there. Very cool. All right, let's do our mage. Our mage takes a long time to cool down. So let's get our mage in there. Oh, man, this could be fun. Let's go up here at the top. I'm going to be in the back here, and I'm going to use my epic legendary mage there. All right, nice. Let's do it. Okay, that's another thing I like that they did is they added quests to the game, which are really fun to do. Okay, so we're going to raise this up. We want to line how we're going to do this. We're going to line it up here. Let's say we're going to go, we're going to just kind of eyeball it here. We're going to need to run 2 lines up here. And so we want them to end up over here, where one line is going to go in and tap into this way, and then the other line will say run behind us, and then we'll make a bunch of cable, or vice versa. I could make the cable on this side, and then make this one just come straight across and go over there. Whatever I feel like doing. I kind of feel like I want to build it on this side. I don't know why, just because maybe it's a little closer to my other factory there. I don't know. But this actually is not where it's going to go. It's actually going to go up here, out of the run level. It's going to go up here in this higher level. Oops. In this upper level here. Now, one of the things is when you're running lines 2 different thickness of levels, is that you need to watch out the way that it comes up. See how there, that doesn't quite line up properly to this level. So we're going to go take that out. And we're going to go ahead and put it up here. So now it actually aligns to that upper level. And that's why you have that little bit of extra play in your lifters. And so this is actually what we really want. Something like that. There we go. We kind of pre-think that out. And we got that in and ready to rock. Uh-oh, I'm dropping stuff. Dropping stuff. Let's get over here. Move some of this stuff. Now, I got stuff laying around everywhere, everybody. I always have stuff laying around just in case I need it in the moment. But I put these boxes down, and I have to go through and, like, go to each section and grab all that loot and bring it back, or just run it in the Awesome Sink, one or the other. Sometimes I just run those into the Awesome Sink, just get rid of them, and then I don't have to worry about the bunch of stuff laying around. Okay, so we got that. We got all this running into here. Now, what we want to do is make sure that we split these lines, because, again, this is 1,200 wire that's being produced, so we're going to definitely need to split it, merge it, and split it, and merge it, and split it, right? So this right here, I'm actually going to split off the end here, because this is coming out at 600. And so I'm going to split that kind of final output into there. Right there. Okay, so that's being split. And then we want to go ahead and merge and then end this up in here. And we can do this real easy. We can go ahead and just add a merger right here and make sure our output is there. And then over here, we're going to make ourselves what we call the beautiful 90. We're going to go like this and then back by 2. Like that. And then we get ourselves a nice, beautiful 9. Darn power cords. Right there. Now this side here we no longer need, by the way. That was just there to help me fly around while I was building. We'll go ahead and take all that out because now we have power running in these connectors here. That's just in my way. It's messing up the beauty of my base. What the heck? Why are you not going here? Oh, I have that turned the wrong way. Alright, no. This one's the wrong way. Yeah, the one at the end is the wrong way. Something funky, that one at the end. Alright. It's always something. Merger and going that way. Yeah, I had that totally turned the wrong way. There we go. Okay. Again, you'll make mistakes you go along, and, you know, you'll find them and fix them. Like we just did. There we go. Okay. We want that to come out of there, and we want it to end up in here. And then this one is going to go into there. Now, you can probably guess what we're going to do next. We're going to grab it from over there. Same thing. But this one we're going to go ahead and align a little bit like this. Because this is going to be a tricky one. Get it to go in there. Say there. Yeah, see, it's going to be real tricky to get that in there, but we'll go like that. And like this. And let's go this way. And like that. Now, it's not perfectly symmetrical, and that's okay. Everything doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical. But if you're a stickler and you're like, Kismet, I don't like it, I want it to be symmetrical, what you do is you just fix this side to match the other side, right? You just take this out here. You go ahead and just do this over here. You offset it. And I like to do unusual things, unusual builds like this, where you have that offset, a little too far, where you have this kind of unusual merging or offset of stuff, which I find pretty cool. It's just something that's not symmetrical. I don't always like to do everything as symmetrical, though symmetry is very efficient, right, in what you're doing. And so if you're trying to be efficient, symmetry is going to be very helpful. But it doesn't have to be symmetrical. So you kind of create a cool little thing going on there. But even then, it's still going to have, based on how you put it in the Things, even though this side is symmetrical, or at least somewhat symmetrical there, this side is not going to be symmetrical because of the way that it sits on the foundations. No matter how you do it, right? No matter how it ends up, you can do that. Now, there's another thing you can do if you want to clean this up. Again, we're just kind of working on the way of merging fun stuff here. And that is to create a different style of merging. Like this. And then you go ahead and you put these literally right in front of here. Perfectly match up to this. Come on, cursor. There we go. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and try to run this into here and so on. Did I use a splitter? I used a splitter. I could tell because I just realized that my inputs were incorrect. Incorrect. There we go. Try that again. There we go. Okay, so we got this one, which is going to come out and merge here. This one's going to come out, merge there. And then again, take this out. Run that over here. Line it up, back by 2. Nice little 90 there. Now, if you're going to make it super clean, that's how I would do it, right? So you basically have an end goal first, and then you work back from that end goal, and then you got it where you want it to go, and then we'll connect these. Now, another thing I could do too is connect it on the other side, so that it flips. The way that it flips, right, when you're lifting it, is that it will flip one way and then flip the other way, and so on. Because now, what I'm going to need is I'm going to need 2 spaces open for running it eventually. This one will be covered, and then this one will be offset the other way. I'll show you what I mean. So we go ahead and do our lifters now. We're going to lift this one up. Because if I wanted it to be the other way, so that I could just run it straight out of here over to there, I could. In this case, I want it to run along this side, so that's why I've turned it this way. And I could go in and, by the way, turn this one, put that one on this side, and then run it that way and have it up. I just like putting them both on the same side. That's just me. I like to put them both on the same side, and then I can very easily do something like this on a run level and just turn it around in the run level, and then now that one will go back that way, right? And then the other one is going the other way. So it just helps out in the long run. But there we go. So now we've got our lifters going, and then also we want to get this one right here to be up in this higher level as well. And so we'll go ahead and get this up out of the run level, up into here. And then we'll put this in around there. And again, this will eventually run out and run over there. So very nice. And then this one will run all the way back to my primary base. And so let's get this working along here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's put it right here. Run that to there. And there we go. And now we're ready to run it back to our primary base. So that's good. And then up here, we want to go ahead and start to work on our upper part of our factory. So let's get that going. And again, our big goal today, if we get this done in time, and I think we will, I think we'll actually even be able to get into some power today too. If we get this all up and running, both our wire and our cable to the umpth degree, I think we're going to be fine. Whoa. Whoa, so that makes my stomach sink every time it starts to drop like that. Gets me every time. Also, I have a constant ear imbalance, so aka vertigo, where I'm constantly dizzy. So it makes me feel like I'm falling. It's not a good thing when you already feel like you're falling most of the time anyway. it's a scary thing. All right. Now we're getting it going. All right, let's float around up here. Fill this in, say like this. See how easy it was for me to do that? It's so good. It's so awesome, the fact that you can do that so easy. All right. Now we're up here. Now we need to think about our lines. How much wire are we actually producing down here? And again, we've done 40 of these, right? Because we're producing 600 copper ingots. It only needs 15, so it's double that amount that we would use for our smelters, which would be 20 smelters. So we're using 40 copper ingots. Now, copper ingots become wire, and those wire become the cabling, right? So in this case, we are producing 30 wire per minute. So we just double whatever the number is, right? So 30 times 40. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. What's 30 times 40?
30 times 40 is 1,200.
So basically we're doubling the output of our actual inputs. Our input 600, and right now we are producing 1,200. Now we need to go and grab one of these babies and fly on up to the top here and figure out, and we're going to put it over on this side here. And we'll just kind of maybe line it up or something here or along this kind of foundation. And then we'll say, okay, now we want to make some cabling. What's the input of that? It's 60 per minute. So now it's going to cut it in half again, right? Because now we need, instead of 30 or whatnot, we're going to need a lot more, right? Or it would be 3 times as much of the input of the other one. So it's going to output, so we need for 2 of the outputs, 2 of the wire outputs, it's going to go into 1 of these. So now it's going to cut it back in half again. So if we're going to say take half of 1,200, it's going to give us 600. And then half of 600 is going to be 300, really, is that amount that we can use for our wire. You get the general idea. Really, all we have to do is, instead of 20 of them that we're going to be making, we're going to be making 10. How do I know that? Because 60 divided by 600 is going to be 10. There you go. But we'll test the numbers anyway. Hey, Siri. What's 600 divided by 60?
600 divided by 60 is 10.
So 10. So we're actually only going to build 10 of these constructors. Now, it may seem like you're not, then hey, man, I'm not going to be producing a lot of cable. True, you actually will produce less cable than you will wire. Wire, I'll be producing 600. This, I'm going to be producing about 300. And so, but the thing is I find that you end up with a lot more cable than you do wire. And then eventually you will need more cabling when you get into the later game, and we'll get into that later on. But this is 300, everybody, 300 wires. So let's go ahead and put it in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and funny irony, I need some wire. It's always funny to run out of the resource while you're working on the very thing that makes that resource. And I have a bunch down here. Let's just run down here and grab it. But I stopped my wire production, but I was still using up all the wire, so I made a bunch right here. Here we go. Plenty of it. And again, ooh, you're going to be playing New World? Oh, absolutely, Ragnarok. Come play with us, man. I have one of the longest and largest guilds of all time. That's right. My guild has been running for 19 years with over 1,000 members. I don't even know. It may be way more than that. I know at least 1,000 over the years. I actually do have a roster that you can look at and look at all the names. Sadly, right about I think it was about 700. I actually lost my hard drive and lost about 300 names that were on that list of all the games that we had played together. Now that's not counting games that we just play here on the stream, by the way. Those are all the games that we played before I was a streamer. Yeah, we played Lineage, World of Warcraft, Lord of the Rings Online, Star Wars The Old Republic, and yada, yada, yada. It goes on and on and on. Guild Wars 2, incredibly fantastic game. We played all of those together, usually between, say, 150 to 300 members in each and every game that we played. We already have 60 members already signed up, ready to play some New World. That's right. And we actually had the largest turnout for a beta that we've ever had in the guild, which was about 30 to 40 peeps in the game during beta. Now, most of my members are like Kismet. You know what? They acted like they were going to do some scummy monetization or something like that. I'm just going to kind of see first. I'm going to watch you play first, and that's fine. I'm willing to test it out for everybody. That's fine. But a lot of members are like, Kismet, I'm down, bro. Count me in. This game looks awesome. And so we basically got a huge roster of it. Now you're like, well, Kismet, how can I join you in New World? Well, here, I'm going to hook you up right over here in the chat. I'm going to tell you how to do it right now. Here we go. You go ahead and first, right there, you'll see the 3 different steps. It's like a quest. Think of it as a quest or achievement to unlock. So you go ahead and read the rules onto my Discord. So you go ahead and follow that link to my Discord. And it's going to show you this right here, the Kismet Tycoon HQ. You go to this section called Rules. Scroll up a bit, and you're going to see a bunch of rules there, which are basically, you know, be respectful, be awesome, you know, all the standard stuff. You know, of course, we're based on 3 virtues: honor, loyalty, and respect. Make sure to follow those, and just click that green check mark right there once you've read those rules. And you're like, Kismet, I can be awesome. I'm a great team player. I can communicate well with others. That's really a great, important thing as part of the guild, is be a great communicator on what you're doing and what crafting you want to work on and all that kind of fun stuff. You click that green check mark right there. It's going to give you a special title, Teamwork Tycoon. That's right. And that'll give you access to the other sections. Then you can go to another section called Answer the Call. And that's where you put your name down. And I put your name onto the roster to join us in New World. So come and join us, everybody. Everybody's welcome. My entire community here, I'm calling all of you up to join us in New World. We're almost 25,000 strong here on Twitch, as well, of course, of my longtime members. I'm calling all them up, and we've had a bunch answer the call. I mean, members that have been with me for all 19 years, or a combination of that, 15 years, 10 years, who have been with me for a very, very long time in the guild. And whether you're a brand new member or whether you've been with us forever, it is that every single person is a vital part of the team. Every person can make a difference in the group, all right? And we want you to feel like a vital part of the team, whether you've been here forever or whether it's your first time joining us, all right? And again, go in there, be a great communicator, go in there and follow those rules. Come and join us, put your name down on the roster. And you're welcome to look through the New World section in there. We have a bunch of info about New World. I do pipe a lot of information onto my Discord for a bunch of different games, like Satisfactory, like Astroneer, Fallout, also things like other games that we're waiting on right now, like Hearth and Home, for Valheim, and so on and so forth. You can find all that stuff in my Discord. And if you got a cool pet pick or a big mega build that maybe you've done in Satisfactory or any other game, like Minecraft or whatever, you can go ahead and post it in there. Once you read the rules, click that green check mark. You can post your awesome builds of your amazing factories in there as well. Maybe you're a Factorio master and you want to show that off. Go right ahead. I love to see builds. I love to see what other people are building. I find it very, very fun to check that out. Now, me, I like to be a little bit more efficient here. I'm going to go ahead and do this, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and move this like this. And instead of running it in a big, long line like that, I'm going to go ahead and cut these. And I usually cut them in groups of 5, like this. And so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead of running that all the way down the line there, I'm going to go ahead and do this. It's just more efficient to split them as you're going down the line, as opposed to making them, making it go all the way down to the end, and then you have that last one. I like to do this. This is more space efficient too, when you have them grouped in 5 and 5, instead of one long row, which is not as efficient. So there you go. Thus why I'm doing that. Okay, now let's go ahead and put our splitters in. Again, this is pretty easy when you can fly around with your little hovercraft. So yeah, come join us for New World. Now, I am actually a official New World creator and partner with Amazon Game Studios. I do appreciate them coming in, showing my stream some love. I think it's going to be a home run, everybody. I think it is going to be an amazing game. And you know that I would tell you if it sucked. In fact, I would have nothing to do with it. Because I'm at the age, everybody, I answer to no one. I don't care if they're a $1 trillion company. If I think their game sucks, I'm going to tell you it sucks. Because that reflects on me as a person, as opposed to, some corporation. I always tell you to you straight. If I don't like it, you'll never hear about it. I will not play it. I don't care. I'm too old, everybody, to play that young man's game, which is to pretend. To pretend that you like stuff that you don't really like. I feel it's very disingenuous, too. It makes me kind of cringe when people do that. They pretend to like stuff. No, thank you. No, thank you. If I like it, you'll know it for sure, because I'll tell you. I'll tell you if I like it. If I don't like it, I'll tell you that as well. And right now, I'm absolutely loving it. I think it's a great game. They've got all those magical elements to make it into a really exceptional game over time, as long as they don't poorly monetize it. If they poorly monetize it, then my members are not going to want to play. That's what happened to Lord of the Rings Online, right? We spent all this time, really phenomenal game. Mines of Moria, one of the greatest expansions in any game ever. Really, really fantastic game. It's still a great game to this day. The thing they did was they poorly monetized it, and they way over monetized it, where it just constantly pops up. It says, buy stuff from the store, buy these boosts, buy this thing, do this thing, buy, all the time while you're in the game, right? Now you gotta remember, I have 300 subscribed members in that game. And they all said, you know what? This sucks, Kismet. This eats big stuff. I don't want to, get out of PG-13 here. But you get the idea. It really sucked because guess what? We spent all this time and effort as a guild building up all these things, and we ran these high-end stuff, and we spent 6 months getting all of these awesome achievements. And guess what? If you got the money, you can just buy all of our achievements. You can just buy everybody else's achievements. It's the stupidest thing you can do in a game. The whole point of playing a game is to achieve things, right? Is to get that armor and get that cool stuff that you want to do and finish that dungeon and to do all that stuff. And if I can just say, you know what? Boom, I just pay for the achievements. I just pay money for the achievements, and there we go, I got it. Why even play the game in the first place? Why even have a game where you just press a button and you just instantly win? The whole point, and the thing that makes a game not fun, is when there is no more challenge in that game. If you remove the challenge, the game is no longer fun, because once you've mastered a game, what do? You move on to another game, right? And I feel like that's what happens when you monetize stuff poorly, is that people just like, hey, screw this game, I'm out of here, I'm going to go play something else. And that's what they do. And so don't scummy monetization your game. Make it a great game, number one. Number two, make a lot of really awesome cosmetic stuff and continue to come out with that cosmetic stuff. Look what I'm doing here. Have a little fun here, merging it up in here in the top. And just make it a great game overall. You see, I'm kind of vertically doing that. Now, one of the fun things I can do here, by the way, everybody, is I can then run this back down. So you can create kind of fun little designs when you're merging stuff back and forth. That's not how that's really going to end up, everybody. I'm actually going to use this to run this to the lower level. But it's kind of cool that you can design stuff just, fancy schmancy like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually utilize this one right here, and I'm going to end up running this back down in this direction. There we go. And I'm going to use this to run that right over here. Now, one of the things we'll want to watch out, and that's why I haven't run the rest of this line, is the fact that this one needs to go out by one, right? This one needs to go to here. Now, to do that, I definitely would not run it like that, because it's still going to be blocking the other one. And you can go ahead and use your lifter for this, which is really great. to try to bring that out. So we'll go ahead and bring this one on the inner one. And then this one we'll bring out by using our conveyor pole. And we can control that by doing this. And then we'll look at where the center of that is. Let's say right about there. And maybe one more back. And you're trying to get that nice 90 in there. Now, once you have that in, once you've done that, you no longer need the conveyor poles. Right, which are just kind of extra stuff you don't need. And then take this. That's going to run beautifully around the corner, just like that. See, we did a nice little 90 there. Nice little curve there. And now we have both of our lines running in the same direction, going back to our primary base. And that's what... and I pre-think all that stuff out, everybody. I pre-think it all out. I am already 10, 15 steps ahead. I'm already working on my power stuff over there. Again, that's what's so great about doing this kind of game and doing the kind of repetition, is that you learn where you're going, right? If you can see the future of what you're working on, it makes you the most powerful person for sure. Now, here's another little fun thing we can do. We can go ahead and try to bring that down. A little too steep for that. Let's take that out. I'll just bring this across. Bring this out. Line it up. Go back by 2. Get a little nice little 90 there. And then over here, same thing. We'll take this out. Bring this out. Line it up here. Back by 2. Nice little 90 there. That into there. And GG. We done, everybody. Again, see, I love how the way it works out and it looks good. I could also bring it out, go along this edge, bring it this way, and then turn it that way if you really want to squeeze it in there. But what works for me. And when I see like an opening like that, I like to connect things in like that, just because it creates a uniqueness to it that's not everything. Whoa, hello. Falcon flying by there. Creates a uniqueness to it that it's not perfectly symmetrical. Perfectly symmetric is, I think, it's dull after a while. It's not my jam. But there you go. Now, we need to also bring up some power while we're down here. And a good thing to do is to bring it up where you're already working with your power or with your direction here. And so we'll go ahead and find a nice power line. Let's go ahead and say this one. And we'll bring it up to here. And then we'll go ahead and say, let's connect it to the side. There, perfect. And then we're going to have to run along to the other side. Let's say out here. Oops. I find it's fun to do kind of unusual line runs like that. And then we can go ahead and say, put that there. Now, I can go ahead and connect these across by using a roof. But this particular level here, this is going to be my open level. So you're not going to really see, I'm not going to put any further up. And the reason why is you see that guy that flew by, that Falcon guy. You got to watch your levels when you're running. Otherwise, that Falcon guy will actually run into your actual base. Now, over there, I used an upper level. But on this particular one, since it's only about 10 of them, this is pretty easy to do. And this is what I usually do in the early game, is to do this. It just looks awesome. I really wish it would snap in the center, though. It just looks super cool. Great way to run your power. All the way down the line here. Like that, and then you just cross-connect. Again, there is another one I can upgrade, the Mark II, which will do 7 connections. But these are just so cool looking. In fact, I think sometimes maybe that should just incorporate one of those. Right? And that just looks so nice. I like it. Okay, now one of these things we got to do is do this, and then we got to do that battle. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to paste. So Control-C, Control-V, paste all these in here. Let's do it very systematically here. And get this up and run. And now we're really going to be using a lot of power. Could cause our power to eventually shut off. All right, and then over here, cabling. Now what we want to do is look and see that everything is green. I see one of them is not green. 2, 3 of them are not green there, and that's because we are doing what's known as an overflow. So it's got to run all of these into here first, and it's going to fill this 2 up, and then you're going to see this one fill probably first right here. Let's wait for it to start to backlog. See, like this one over here on the left is already filled, and that's because this one was already set to make the wire. Very close. We're at 178. Now these go to 200, I believe. Let's see over here. Oh, these go to 500. 500 each. And so we got to wait till that wire backlogs to 500, and then it will start to overflow, and then eventually these ones here at the end will be highly efficient. And then wire going back. See all of our wire. And then now all we got to do is just run it to our base. We just did it. That's it. GG. We're done. Now if I want to turn this entire thing off, all I go to the bottom, flip that switch, and every single thing goes off. The extractor, all of my smelters, all of my wire production, and all of my cable production turns off with a single switch, which is awesome. Awesome in the long run. And now we got this running nicely up here. We've already got our distances already set up. So we can go ahead, just run that into there. I don't know why I ran that one first. I should have ran the other one first. Oh, I'm running it the wrong direction, too. Because that should have snapped in there. You can actually snap it in there, even if you're not in the right angle. I find it works really, really well. And again, you want to do the one that's on the outside of where you're going. This will also be a great place to run power underneath here along these run lines. You can actually run power like this, which is one of my favorite power things in the game. It is so awesome. It's these wall connectors that you connect on one side, and then they're also one on the other side. And that's a Mark II right there, so I can do 7 connections on that one. But that's eventually what I'll do. I'll run that power up here instead of where I have it running underneath there in a central power line. But what we want to do is get this to go where we want it to go, which is over here. And we need to go up here and we need to check our boxes and see which one's which. Whoa, spaghetti in my way. Let's see, we got our wire and our cable. So here's our wire and our cable. So now we're going to need this. And we're going to need that. Now, as you can see, they don't always match up to the ones underneath. Especially if we don't do a double like we've done here, which we can do. And we could run that double to the other side, right over here, and try to fix that up and run it around this side, or we can just run it directly to it. We don't necessarily have to have it running that way, right? We don't have to have it running right into that one spot. Now, we do have this right here, which is in our way and is not being used any longer, and all of this is going to be removed in the long run. So there's no reason to work around this particular one right here. We just want to take that out now so it's not in our way, and it was just kind of diverting over here temporarily. And so what it'll do is it'll make the rest of our stuff ugly for no reason. There's no reason to ugly it up. Now we're going to go ahead and use a double, and we're going to do that battle here in just a second, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do a double here. Oops, or down there, whatever you feel like doing, bro. Whatever you feel like doing. Or actually, it's a female, by the way, is the character in Satisfactory. If you didn't know that, nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with having a female protagonist. Right in there, and right in there. So there we go. So now we just need to know which is which I've already forgotten. Let's go over here. I think the right side is going to be wire, and the left one's cable. Yes, that's usually how I do it. I usually do it in order in which it's manufactured. And there we go. So right here is where that needs to end up, and we can see we've got it over there. And so we can kind of fill this in a little bit. So we want this one to go into there. We want this one to go into there. But again, look at this. No clipping. No. No. Bad game. Bad game. No clicking. No clipping. I don't like to do clipping. I know a lot of you are the same way as me. You don't like it. But again, we can use our pole. We can line it up here by the center. by both centers, and then move this back by 2. Like this. That's going to allow us to do that, and like that, and then we just take out the pole. Or you can leave the pole. It's up to you. I like to take it out so it looks clean. And there we go. And you get the idea, and we'll run the rest of that over here in just a moment, but let's do this battle. To battle! All right, now this is going to be a good one. This is going to be an no-holes-barred one. We're going to fire it up, get you guys some battles. And don't worry, man, we did 17 hours of battles yesterday. We're going to try to do a lot more battles today. Try to get you guys many tickets as you can get. Maybe win yourself a free computer. It's going to be awesome. There you go. It's going to be amazing. I just played the preview last year and closed beta. Super hyped about it. Me too. I played the preview last year. We played Crow's beta. One of my members got to like level 45. I don't burn myself out in games, everybody. I don't play every single day, all day. I got to about level 30, I think, 30 something, 35 or something. And again, so I'll be playing for sure. Alrighty, have a good stream. Good to meet you. Good to meet you, Ragnaroks. Thanks for coming in. I'll stop back another day. All right, cool. What's up, Paul? Thank you for lurking. That was too fast. What was too fast? This battle? Battle was fast. We rocked and rolled them big time. Grant Superwars, let's see. Shiro, John Night Owl, JJ, and Tachi coming in, getting some loot. And Dibros coming in with 14 kills, being MVP. Now, here we go. Here we go. We're going to get ourselves a loyalty token. Now, this one right here, we know exactly what to do here. This one, you got to get way over here. And try to run out and get these things before they spawn way too many mobs. So I'm going to speed boost you right out of here like a cannon and run out here and try to wipe out these guys as quickly as we can. So come and join us again. The more units we have 79 units there. If we hit over 100 units, I'll give you 1,000 Kiz Caps toward giveaways in the future. So let's do it. All right, and we'll go ahead and go over here. And we're going to go ahead and put this right here in this corner. And we're going to bring this here. And just slightly out like that. Now this particular one, when you're working with just 2, you can actually get away with a nice little corner there. Which is great. And then see the problem. Oh, I just noticed a problem. We have these reversed. By the time it gets to here, it actually needs to go the other way. And I don't mind taking all this out and refixing that. Yes, it definitely needs to go the other way. Along the lines. Over here. Just so it matches up good at the end there. And again, working our way backwards. And that's easy to fix. The way I have this is going to make it not so easy. Yeah, had I done that on the other side. See, that's why you start. See, had I done this on the other side, it would have worked out that way. But I decided to put it on that side, and then it had repercussions down the road. But it is possible to get this fixed. Here, I'll show you how to do it. We're going to go ahead and do this. And instead, we're going to bring this down. Take this out, and we're going to bring this down to the lower level, like that. There we go. And then this we're going to go ahead and swap to this side, and then we'll just do some little fixery here. And that's why we have a run level, so we can do all this kind of fun stuff and fix stuff if we need to. Let's do something fun here. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's say right about there. I'll run this way. Back by 2. Now we have a nice curved line there. Very nice. And again, we want to make sure that this is working up here. There's always a way to fix it, everybody. There's always a way to work around that initial problem. Now, there we go. So now this one's going to feed into this line, and this one's now going to feed in this line. Now, instead of rerunning all of these lines, I just thought at the end I could just do what's known as bleed the line or empty out the lines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make a nice little industrial storage here. And I'm just going to go ahead and take some of this stuff off of the line by running one there and one up here. And I'm just going to run it into this box temporarily. And then what's going to happen at some point is these are going to switch, right? One's going to start being that, and one's going to start being the other. And then once you've run those in there enough where it's like that, you can just go ahead and take these back out. And then take all this stuff out and take this out. And now your lines are just fine. And so there we go. Now we've got them swapped. Easy peasy. You get the idea. And I could just take all the lines out and redo it that way as well. But we're going to go ahead and have these go into the appropriate boxes. And here we go, everybody. Boom! Now we have both our wire and our cable back up and running into our primary boxes here for us to use later, which is good because I had run out of cabling. So we had got that going. And our wire, well, we have plenty of wire. But definitely want to get that cabling back up and running. And we have got our copper done. That's it. That's it. That's all we have to do, everybody. We run that much nicer underneath there instead of running it all over the place, which is what we were doing kind of in this back area. Back here, we were running it all over. Look at this, how we've scaled this up, right? These are just rod productions here, everybody. Those are just producing rods. All of this, right? That's pretty insane. Over here, we got tons and tons of copper sheets being done. And that's all that's doing is just producing copper sheets. And so we're scaling up and scaling up and just having gigantic lines that just do one thing, like our reinforced iron plates. And then those come over here and those just make a massive amount of modular frames. And so we're kind of fixing the beginning of the game in which we went in and we're making smaller stuff. And now we're scaling up into much larger stuff. And look at this, how I always have a little bit of this stuff just laying around everywhere. In fact, I think at this point we could just probably run a lot of that into the Awesome Sink. But we're going to leave that for right now. And we're just going to go double check. Now, before you walk away and set it and forget it, you want to come back and just give it a little look-see, right? See if that's feeding in every single one. It's feeding into the back. We got green lights on everything. Green light's great. All of this is feeding this way. Now, even if it had a problem with it, you would start to see a yellow eventually because it's saying, hey, I can't work any more of these. I can't produce any more of these. Like this one right here. Where's this one? Why is that one not producing it? That's because it's getting pushed out faster. These ones here at the end are getting pushed out slower because it's trying to catch up. It's trying to catch up with the particular output that's going on right now. And then this is going here. This is a level 5 lifter. These are all level 5 belts. It's got excess, but eventually you get to the point where it is running super efficiently, where it is just running smoothly down the line because it's got to kind of burn up a bit of the resources. It's got to get enough of this stuff in the boxes, so then it just eventually will be at its optimum. It does take time for that to kick in. So we got that going. Let's go down here and let's check our lower levels, our lower run level stuff. That's running in just fine. That's running in just fine. Those are all looking good. And then over here you can see again. Now there's that little bit of hesitation. Eventually that's telling you that you're making a bit too much right now, right? Too much for it to run down the line. But that's okay, because eventually, because I'm making extra and that my belt goes faster than when I'm running on the belt by 120, eventually that 120 will run out, or my box will fill at the end, and then it will automatically, by the way, when that box fills on the other side, this whole entire part of the factory will automatically turn off, because it's no longer producing anything. So it no longer draws power. But as you can see, while we were busy doing other things, this was getting all up to speed across here. And again, some of them are not being used yet until it catches up across there. But it did make 499 wire for sure. As long as it's yellow and we see everything's being fed well here in the back, that is done, everybody. That's a tremendous amount of stuff. Now over here we have a little bit of more overlapping resources and whatnot. Now we don't need any of this anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to go ahead and use our control. Take a little bit of this out as well. All this wire that I no longer need. Thank you for that. Save lag there. And now what I'm going to do is actually eliminate all of this. I'm going to eliminate this extra wire and eliminate all this extra cabling. Now, why would I do that? I would do that because I don't want to grab it and walk it over there and move it and do all of that because I don't need to. I don't need it anymore. I just needed it in the moment. And so we're going to go ahead and run that over there. We're going to go ahead and take this. Let's just make a merger over here before we get into that. There we go. And then I'm not even going to bother to turn this around. I'm just going to grab it. Okay. Okay, bro. What are you doing? Get up there. Grab it. Run that back into there. And you really get used to using the jetpack after a while. And that's just literally going to run that into the Awesome Sink. Now, the Awesome Sink is like a big garbage disposal. It grinds it up. And you can see I still have 52 tickets I haven't even used yet. And they're going to have a bunch more stuff coming in Update 5, by the way, that you can unlock using your ticket system. And then build even cooler looking factories as well. So, neat stuff, neat stuff. So, let's just keep that running in there. And we'll just get rid of that, and then we can get rid of these boxes, get rid of all this excess stuff. Now, something else we have running here is our belt here that we were running our copper wire originally over to here. And we no longer need that as well because we're no longer running our copper wire that way. We're running it up ahead in our run level. So, very nice. And you can see that we have a bunch of various lines doing a bunch of various things here that we need to, remove to kind of clean up our factory a bit. Like this. And then over here, you can see we have a bunch of lines running here. These were our lines for other stuff that we're running. We're going to take all of that out. I love this moment right here, everybody, where you're just like, okay, all this stuff, obsolete now. Don't need it anymore. Don't need to run that over here. We're going to run it all up in our nice sandwich level up here eventually. So all this stuff coming out, cleaning up the factory overall. Cleaning up our lines, cleaning up all this spaghetti we have running around everywhere. We'll clean up all this power later on as well. Take out some of our conveyor poles here. Boom. Like that. And then eventually we'll come back. We'll take all this out as well. Now this right here, see this whole line right there? That actually is being replaced by this line up here. So we don't need that as well. And I can spend a lot of time doing that, going in and just removing all of this by holding down Control. And then I just press Control on the very specific items that I want. Like this. Look how far away I can take stuff out. I think it's like the coolest thing. Boom. And there we go. So that line is obsolete. And again, we'll be replacing all of these lines. And look at our factory opening up again too, right? Now, instead of having all that stuff blocking our primary roadways and stuff, that's why I have the yellow. The yellow represents roadways. We have this big, beautiful open roadway. We can bring the big vehicle in here and be able to drive through here, no problem, around in the factory. And we got each and everything running beautifully. And we'll come back and we'll rework all of this stuff. But look at this over here. Beautiful, beautiful work being done. I feel like that's a GG, everybody. That's a done. That's a done deal. Oh, man, I can't wait to clean up all that spaghetti over there, too. Battling way too fast. Yeah, that was fast, sucker, wasn't it? Yeah, for sure, for sure. So let's go ahead and let that run for a bit, and then we need to work on our power. What time is it? I think it's the time for a break, finally. I think I'm actually going to take a break close to the time in which I'm supposed to take a break. I'm going to get up and just walk around a little bit, and we're going to come back and we're going to do some power. So let's go take a look at that first on what we're going to work on next. Let's work our way over this way a bit. And try to fly through some of this spaghetti for you guys. We're going to clean all this up. We're going to make it awesome. I'm going to show you how. And of course, we're going to be using all of our drones over here, and we're going to create a whole drone area where we just drop tons and tons of resources in there. You can see we're putting in a bunch of sulfur in there right now. Now, I don't know what's up with my drones right now because I kind of feel like my power dropped off because some of this is no longer functioning. You can see there's stuff missing on each of these conveyors and whatnot because we were retooling the factory. But no worries, no worries. We'll come back to that later. Now, look at this. Whoa, whoa. Oh, God. We're just floating in the air. Save lag. All right, let's go down here to this spot right here. We have already set ourselves up a hypertube, and we're going to go into hypertube. Bam! Now I don't have to do nothing. I can just zoom across in my hypertube. And you can see we got a bunch of stuff down here all over to rework and scale up in a massive way. Now, one of the things we definitely want to scale up is out here, which is our water production over here. Now, I think I've actually already scaled this one up. Let's go take a look. Yes, we did. We already scaled this up to some Mark IIs. And basically, one of the things about the forest that needs to be redone, and they are redoing a bunch of areas, so we might have to start over again. And that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. I love starting over. It's pretty fun. But this is the only water in the start area of the forest. This little spot right here. That's it. That's all you get to start your whole game. But then again, way over there, there's a bunch of waterfalls and a bunch of water down there, and there's a bunch of water down below. But really, the starter area, which is where I started over here in the forest, this is the closest water to that. Because they made this area before they made the actual fluids. So this one, obviously the first area that most people start, I started in this area. And then hadn't played it for a really, really long time. I mean, years. I hadn't played the forest area. I'd played the other desert ones and some of the desert ones multiple times. And other start ones where you have the really advanced one where you start literally right next to by some pure nodes. And believe me, that actually makes it easier than harder. You just got to build vertically versus horizontally, which is how we kind of building here. We're building horizontally and a bit vertically as well. But over there, you're forced to do vertical because you're in this little canyon to start. But I find that funny that there's only this much water right here. And I've boosted all of this with using the larger pipes. Now, I could also go in and boost it by overclocking them as well. And I would suggest to do that at this point. We'd go in and overclock them, but we would definitely need to run multiple lines because we will not be able to run. If we overclock these, it'll be way too much for our pipe. Our pipe will not be able to handle it. You see we got a bunch of backlog of water already going here. We also need to make some batteries as well. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, I thought you were going to work on your power. Well, I am. I'm coming over here to go to this one, too. And I made this fun little thing, and someone else came in and they made another one in tandem while I was making it. One of the things that is really obnoxious when you're playing a game, if somebody's doing the exact same thing that you're doing. Like if I'm running along and I'm building like a little fun little hypertube through the middle of the forest, because, you know, when you're on it, it's much more entertaining to fly through the forest like this and just fun. And so while I was doing this, somebody else was building a hypertube that also goes on the other side and then runs also over here. So yeah, you don't want to do the same thing that someone else is doing, because then it's like, hey, look, my thing's better than your thing, right? Or, hey, I did it better than you. Or it's like an ego thing that some people get on their shoulder. And I'm like, bro, okay, whatever. I believe you. You're awesome. You don't have to prove it to me. Now look at this. Now this was done by Reaper over here, and he did a really phenomenal job on our coal power. Look at this. Look how beautiful this is here. This is pretty awesome, I think. Did an amazing job, but guess what? Now, instead of having single extractors or the base level extractors, we can really go in and upgrade these as well. Now, look at this. This is a Mark II right here. Mark II extractor. And right now it's producing 120 coal. Now, the way I know that it is a normal node is because a normal node will be 60 with a Mark I. It'll be 120 with a Mark II. So this is a normal node. Now, if I go in and I overclock this, it will be producing a tremendous amount of power or a tremendous amount of coal, which means I can basically maybe 4, 5, 10 times from that one node. 10 times this one node. And of course, we have multiple nodes around for coal that we could 10 times every single one of those nodes. So we could 20, 30, 40 times what we're doing right here. I mean, you can really scale up. Now, one of the things that I would do, though, if I was going to do that, is that we have to think about the water. The water is more important to think about in this setup right here than anything else. Oh, I'm away from my power here. Than anything else, because we're going to need to generate a tremendous, we're going to need to generate 10 times the water and whatnot. And he's got this built right over the water, which is fine. But I would actually move this away from the water so you can maximize your water extraction, and then run that water in here. Let me turn my light on. There we go. And so he's got this really well run right here next to this, and then it runs into each of these, and then of course all the overflow runs down the power. But again, I would take these out and just run nothing but water extractors, so you're extracting massive sums of water, and then of course making each line maximize out at 600, because I don't know if we had 600 lines at this time. This are all Mark 1 lines, so these are a maximum of 300 down the line. And so you can see that he's running it 2 and 2, so you've got him producing it at a reduced rate, which is called underclocking, at 83%. Right now it's producing 100 water per minute, which means that it's putting 50 water in each minute. And now we could do it at 600, because we could go in and we could maximize that out and have a total of 600 water going, which is actually comes out to perfectly be 5 of these running at 100%. And it works out pretty well. And so now we can upscale this and basically take this coal power to a whole nother level. A really, really large level. So we could just boost our giant coal production. Since we already have it going, here. Now this is a giant undertaking. This is a huge amount of resources and a huge amount of time to make that happen. And I would go in and first figure out what your input nodes are. Now again, when we did this, we only had our level 3 belts. We didn't have our level 5 belts, which we have now. So a lot of this we could scale up. A lot of this power could be rerun. There's a cool little cave over there, by the way. Cool cave stuff, and so on. Now, some of these may be pure nodes. I didn't even look. I think they're all normal nodes. That's a normal node. I didn't see if any of these were pure. That's a normal. And then we can run over here. And this again, normal. And normal nodes. So we have 4 normal nodes. And then over here, I believe he is making wire or something like that. Concrete. Making concrete over here. We can scale up this concrete too. Yeah, so taking limestone. He's got it just barely overclocked at 112. And he's making concrete over here, so he doesn't have to run back to the base every time while he's making foundation stuff. I know exactly why he's doing that. So again, now once we scale this up, and again, what we can do is we can build vertically, right? You can just start building up and up and up and up, and you can just keep building this and running your water up and running your power up into here, instead of building horizontally, which is most likely what most people would do. Now, in my case, I like to build what I call stacked. So I will run anything that's kind of an underrun here. What is he making over here as well? A little bit of wood and biofuel, just in case he needs to get started up. Very nice, very nice. That's how you start up your factory originally, with your biofuel, little biofuel reactor there to get the first coal plant going. All you have to do is get one going, and then it starts the next one, which then starts the next one, and so on down the road. So he's got a bunch of leaves he's collected there, and he's making a bunch of biofuel. Very cool. And so again, we're going to scale this up. Now, again, I like to work in tiers. So you have your bottom level, which is your run level of all your basic stuff. In this case, coal. And then that coal would then be lifted up to the next level along with your other resources. Now, one of the things that you don't want to lift too much is you don't want to lift your water. If you're lifting your water, oh man, I'm almost dead too. Look at my thing down there. If you lift your water, then you have to put pumps in to lift that water to another level, and so on. But we're going to be producing so much power here, everybody, that it's not going to be an issue. Not going to be an issue. What we want to do is really get our power going. So we're going to basically set the height to where the extractors are here. And we're going to build a whole sub-level above. This will be a sub-level, and then we'll build above it. That's where we'll put all of our power. We'll then extract every bit of water that we need, and maybe won't even be enough to extract that and put all of our coal plants up above. And then we'll just keep building vertically and keep running the water up and water up and water up and so on as much as we need. And build this whole entire valley in with a bunch of coal plants and whatnot. So that'll be fun. that'll be fun. We'll get into that, but that's a, again, giant undertaking. Let's first, Fred, get out of here. Why you always got to be in my base? Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Hey, don't shake your head at me. Don't go to your room. Go to your room, Fred. That's my buddy Fred. He comes, hangs out in my base all the time. All right, let's take a quick break and then we'll come back. Let's see. That Hyper 2 is amazing. Yes, I love the Hyper Tubes. Hyper Tubes are super fun. They're fun to run too. They get you from place to place really quickly. I feel like one of the things you want to do though is you want to have your Hyper Tubes and your power along the same junction lines, and then have it where you can turn off your factory separately from your power line. Your power lines should all be interconnected. Nuclear power, coal power, and your oil power should all be interconnected along with your travel systems. And then say you run out of power, boom, it turns off. Guess what? You just turn your factory off. All your stuff, like you're producing iron plates and whatnot, you just turn all that stuff off. Then all of a sudden all your power comes back on. Thus your transport comes back on. You come over here and build more power. And right now, if we look at our overall power, we're looking for one of these posts. Here we go. Right now, our overall power is about 3,900, and I'm really keeping it right at that stage, right? And again, I try to find that good balance of that, but I actually am producing way more power than this. Way, way more. Like 10,000 power. And the reason why it's not at that level right now is because my nuclear power has probably gone off and somewhere else. But again, we're going to do each and every section and scale it up as best we can. So again, we'll come back to that. Now again, we want to also do some Mark 3s. So we're going to need 4, let's make it 4 Mark 3s. So let's go right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And what are we going to need? We're going to need more supercomputers, and we're going to need a bunch of portable miners are easy. Those are made from these little equipment workshops here. And we already got 2 each, so you really only need 1 more each. And so we can go in and we can actually add those to the things we want, but I can make 175 of them right now, so I'm fine. But I do need more supercomputers. So let's get over here and let's work our way back. And while we're taking a break, we'll take the Hypertube back to where we're going to need those supercomputers. And then also, what are we going to need here? Let's see. So if this is 120, 240, 480, 480. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out the overall math of that. That's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. Let's go in, because we're going to extract some of these, so we're going to get some of these resources back. But I feel like we're definitely going to have to run back at some point. Let's go ahead and see how many of our power coal generators do we need. Let's see. Let's go ahead and say, let's say 4 times what we already have, right? And this is a lot of coal power in the beginning, by the way. This is a tremendous amount of coal power. 1, 2, 3, there's, you got 6 there. Go over this way. 6, 12, 15, 14, 15, 16. Say about 30. So let's say 4 times that, 120. Let's just guess. Let's just guess 120 right here. So we can actually just put in 120 right there, and it's going to tell us what we need over here on the right side. We definitely going to need way more rotors, I can see already. Way more rotors, way more cable. But actually, we got pretty much everything else, right? Now, again, some of these are already going to be here, but we definitely want to go back and get a lot more rotors and a lot more cables and reinforced iron plates and try to pre-think that out a little bit and bring those resources over, because we're going to have to go back and forth a couple times. So let's go ahead and send myself back over this way. And while that's running back and forth, I'm going to let you guys enjoy some of the highlights of my stream, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hello, everybody. I'm back. I got a little special friend. Hello. I know, I love you. This is my little special friend, Sparkle. The inspiration for the corgi dog that you see down below. Here she is. She's very unimpressed, everybody. She's very unimpressed by all you noobs. I know, I love you. Oh, you're such a good puppy. You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. All right. I said I'm gonna come hang out with my daddy today. There you go, pretty girl. Thanks for all the dog hair. She's gonna hang out down there. She's gonna go hang out by the air conditioning unit. So that's my Peppy Sparkle dog. The inspiration of that emote. There you go. There she is. So she decided to come up here. I went downstairs to walk around for a minute. And she's like, hey, where are you going? So she followed me up here. She wanted to hang out. Hang out with me for a bit. So she's chilling out over there on the thing. She doesn't like to be held for too long. So I usually just show her off and then I put her back down gently on the ground. So Sparkle Dog, you're right. Sparkle Dog is the best. Now, I see we got a battle ready here, so let's go ahead and get that battle going. We'll come back and we'll fool around with some of this power. To battle! All right, now we're going to try to run you guys out there as quick as possible. Try to get the win on this one, on this anthill one. Let's see how we do. Yeah, there we go. Oh no, I'm out there with no healers. That's okay, I'll tank it as good as I can. Oh my gosh, that worked out really well. Go, rogues, go! That worked out perfect. Perfecto. All right, that was a good good move there. All right, I should be running somewhere here. I should be going back to my primary base. All right, that's another victory. Boom, there we go. Run my character back. Oh, we got the green chest as well. Some event tokens. Let's see. John Night Owl, H2O, Reaper, Rotisserie G, and Tachi Machi walking away with some extra loot. And Electrode, MVP with a massive. Look how much more kills he got than everybody else. 27 kills there. That's MVP of that round. Now, again, we're almost there. A couple more battles, and we will be on here again. Now, we've looped this thing. Oh, this one again. All right, no problem. I'm on it. Let's just do it again. We do what works, right? Stay with what works. All right, now we're back to my base here. I thought I made one that went up here somewhere. Where's that hypertube? Right here. Yeah. Poof. Hypertubes are cool, right? I think they're neat. I think they're super neato. All right, so we got that going. Now, again, we need a ton of these resources. Again, that's why we do want to clean up all this spaghetti mess we got going. Section by section. One of those things we're going to need to do is to scale up our power. For sure. For sure. That's a big game arrow, right? Yeah, there you go. Let me catch up on chat here. Let me back up a little bit. Let's see. It's too fast. Hypertube's amazing. Yep. Mine's just a belt of a mess. I need to rip it all up again and lay out them nicely. Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I feel like that's the fun part of the inn. Where's the rest of Fred's head? He's got a small little head. Hey, I know there's Reaper. He's in the chat. There we go. I was just talking about you, Reaper, on how you did an amazing job on that. Feel free to come in and join me, by the way. If you want to come join me to revamp that power, feel free to jump on in and join me for some revamping of the base. H2O coming in with the hype as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. You like that? Oh, my God. It's the Sparkle Dog. Welcome back. Yes, the awesome Sparkle Dog. She is the best. I got 50 event tokens. Whoop, whoop. Hey, way to go, Les Marble. There you go. Getting that loot. Gave me an entire level of shrinking. Oh, wow. Cool. Cool. I love it when you guys get hooked up with the loot. All right, so we're back to our hub here, and we're going to need to collect some of these resources. Now, if I was smarter, it just dawned on me. If I was smarter, I would have left a bunch of these resources behind because my inventory is going to get full. Now, there's probably some stuff in here that I can probably downscale that I probably don't need as many of. Probably maybe modular frames here. We could probably downscale some of that. Now, because I have so much of some of this stuff, I'm actually going to start throwing it into the awesome sink here and just kind of downscale a lot of this. We don't need as much steel beams as we did before. We're definitely going to need a lot of rotors. Now, I don't know what the status of my rotors are, but let's go take a look. over here and see how many rotors we've got backlogged. Oh, wow, what the status is, we've got a lot of them. That's what the status is. We got a lot of those. So let's sort those out. Let's just hit control. Oh my God, that's still not enough. Again, would have been smarter for me to leave all this stuff over there in the first place. So we might have to go back and forth a few times. I realized it after I came back and thought I should have left that stuff there, and then I wouldn't have to make multiple trips. But we'll have to end up making multiple trips. But that's okay. Hypertubes are fun. Let's go. Let's go have some fun running back and forth, bringing that stuff. Can't work, is super busy today, otherwise I enjoyed it. Oh, no problem, Reaper. No problem, man. We're just scaling everything up one little section at a time. Again, not in any hurry. I enjoy each stage of the game as it comes along. And one of those stages is scaling up, which is what we're doing right now. Take a run through the forest. Now, the only way to do this faster is to make a train. And trains are very fast. The trains are actually, in a lot of ways, faster than the hypertubes, unless you start to do this, which is where, when it starts to go down, you start accelerating faster and faster in the hypertube. You can also put a bunch of the entrances next to each other. I've seen people do that on Satisfactory's Discord, where they put them close together and they fire through there, and they're like, you know, warp reality. And go at like 970 miles per hour, which I think would be kind of dangerous because you probably want to run into something and schmack, you're dead. I've actually taken damage before from hitting the end part too fast from hypertubes. Okay, now again, the smarter thing would have been to do a bit of this. Now, no matter where I put this box, believe me, wherever I put it, that's the exact spot in which it's going to be blocking my ability to make stuff. So I should probably put it over here next to these things. For sure. Let's put it right over here. Let's just go ahead and make about 3 of them. Because one of them is not going to be enough to hold all that stuff. There we go. Okay, now we need to go back, and we got to remember that we need about 1,200 rotors, a bunch of cable. I think it was supercomputers that we needed. It was supercomputers? Yeah, supercomputers. Turbo motors, I think we have enough of those. Reinforced iron plates. So we'll get the last 3 of these. And then supercomputers. I think that was it. Alright, so we'll try that. We'll get that going on. And if we have to go back and get more, we will. No big deal. We're also going to be revamping the water, too. You know who needs to revamp their water? 7 Days to Die. They need to revamp the way their water works. It's really awkward to work with the water in their game. But hopefully they update it. I'm sure they're working toward it. They got it on the list. So there we go. We need hypertubes IRL. Traveling would be so easy. Yeah, but you know people would kill themselves doing it. People are very untrustworthy when it comes to not doing dumb stuff. But it would be nice. You'd need to have a lot of them, because if it's an individual hypertube, then you'd have to have thousands upon thousands of individual hypertubes, right? This is just because one person is traveling around. But in real life, you had 2 people in a hypertube and they collided. Bam, they just disintegrate themselves as well. But I guess you could have hypertubes going and keep coming and going. I guess that would work out. You'd like one direction hypertube, right? You have one that's going this way and one's going that way. So once you enter, you're of course in a different section. But someone would get in there and try to stop, and then someone else come up and hit them. It's like going down those tubes like at a water park. You know, sometimes people get in there and they stop. Have you ever done that when you're coming down? Someone stopped in front of you and you run right into them, or they're going really slow and then you run into them coming out of there. I've done it a few times. I've run into people who are goofing off in the tunnels. About killed a man because I'm way bigger than them. Coming down there, wipe those kids out. Probably be unsanitary. Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah, imagine if you're the cleaner of the hypertube. You got to go through there and you're inside there. You got to turn the hypertube off and then like wipe down the hypertube every time. Yeah, I would just fill it full of water and then push the water through there to clean it out, and then you know, then let it dry out. Run the air through there to dry it out, and then boom, just kind of have that kind of cycle of cleaning. Or you could have like a big, you're pushing like one of those big, what are those things? Sponges. You push a big sponge through there, which is just sponging the whole side of it and cleaning it. Or you have like a kind of a ring that goes down there and wipes it down. Man, look, I'm coming up with all sorts of engineering solutions for that. Someone would have to figure that out. Some engineer somewhere would have to figure it out for sure. All right, now that we've got our production up here, we are styling. How much do I have? 9,600. Okay, that's way too much. Way too much. Is it faster to put it in or take it out? That's a good question. I guess it doesn't matter. It's going to be the same either way. Probably faster to take it out. It's going to end up less in the long run. Get a little extra too. 4,000 ought to do it. Rotors. Let's go over here. How many rotors do we have? We have 37, 36. All right. Again, easier just to take them out individually. Lots and lots of rotors. Again, you would definitely want to get yourself a few extra stacks. Always, always. Because you know how that works out. Reinforced iron plates. We just got that fixed. And now we're going to have a ton of those just sitting around. Let's see. How many reinforced iron plates can we take? 3,400. So, easier to put them back in this case. This is really going to scale. Let's bring a little bit extra. And then the other thing is going to be our supercomputers. Man, I can't remember where I was making those. Let's go look out this way. I'm just going to follow my instincts. That's exactly where they are, right over here. All right, awesome. We need about 20, so we'll grab 100. Grab a little extra. And probably some other things. If we have a little bit extra room, best thing to do is grab some of your basics, right? Maybe a couple extra stacks of this. And then a couple extra stacks of that. And I think we're good to get started. If we need more, we'll come back. It's definitely worth your time making your hypertubes if you have stuff that's way out like this. Until you get to your trains, and then you want to make your trains go way out there. I think we actually do have a train station that's going that way down the line there. I could take that train too, but I love the hypertubes. Hypertubes are, the trains run automatically too. You can set them up to run them automatically, but it's also fun to ride the hypertubes. Especially if you have the hypertubes on the top. I like the hypertubes to be on the top of my stackers because it's just cooler when you're flying along. Fred, get out the way! Coming through! I like how the noise changes based on what speed you're going to. That's good sound design. And I'm slowing down, going up the hill. And then speeding up. And there we go. We're back. We're back. All right, let's go. Now, you have these things called skates, which allow you to go a bit faster from place to place. You also have this hover pack. Now, if you're using the hover pack in holding down shift, you're actually going about the same speed that you go when you use that other stuff, which is great. And so we'll go ahead and store all right there. And we'll store all right there. And then we'll grab our regular resources back here. And then whatever else we might need here. Let's say a bit of this, and a bit of that, and a little bit of the dish. You get the general idea. We need our steel pipes as well. And a little bit of this. What else? We'll come back for all that other stuff, but we'll go ahead and go pretty heavy on this stuff. I'll just carry a single stack of that. Alright, there we go. That should get us started. Let's go ahead and start with this node over here, or these nodes over here by themselves. Now, when I start to fool around with this, by the way, it's going to actually cause my power to go off. So, very important to watch out for that. That you have enough resources to keep yourself going. Or we can go back and we can go ahead and flip off all of those generators, all those things that are producing stuff. Now, they're already off. Because what it's going to do is it's producing so much, and I'm not really using them, which is why this is not all the way up here to the blue line. The blue line is what it could do right now. It could do 11,000 megawatts, and I'm only producing 3,900. But what it does is you can see that little orange line going up and down, because as it fills, it'll stop. And the same thing with all of our cables and our wire. It'll backlog all the way into there, into the point in which it completely and utterly stops making that. But I think we could go ahead and work with one here. So we're going to go ahead and start with this first one here. And we're going to see... Oh, we're going to need to grab some boosters at some point, too. Maybe we'll go in this cave, see what's in there. Ooh, seems spooky. Very, very spooky. I should have brought some food for that. We'll get into that in a bit. We want to go ahead and do a Mark III extractor. So we're going to take this one out. We'll take this line out. And we'll make our workbench over here. That's why I left a little room in my inventory, by the way, so I can make another one of these miners, because they take up one area of your thing, right? They don't stack. What I'm trying to say there. All right, Mark IIIs. And there we go. We'll go ahead and put this back into production. There we go. Now, this is extracting at 240, so we've doubled that up. And then we're going to go ahead and double it up again, which will be 600. This one right here will be producing more than all three of those other ones in just a moment. Now, this one's actually producing as much as those two over there, just by upgrading it to a Mark III. But the problem is the fact that all the lines cannot accommodate the speed at which this is going to be outputting, right? Because this combined with that is not going to be enough. So we're going to need to go through and upgrade all of these lines as well. Let's go ahead and upgrade a bit of these lines here, just so we can accommodate it a bit faster into there. And now that's going to seriously start to backlog. And then we'll take this one out over here, same thing. I like to take them out because this way you only have to make one more portable miner versus, making 3 of them and then taking it out and so on. You get the idea. You get the ideas. And over here, this one's now 240. Put that into there. And now we're basically producing 4 times as much. Right? 4 times as much as the base thing. Definitely a good idea to add some power. Now, producing more coal doesn't make more power until I make more power stations. So it just allows us to upgrade those. And I feel like the first thing you should do is start in the beginning, which is to upgrade all of your stuff. Can I make one of these over here? Yeah, right here. While we're at it, we'll just go ahead and make a couple more of these. we go. Now, what you can try to do is go like this. Grab this and try to upgrade it. I find that upgrading very rarely works on extractors. We'll take that line out and then do it. See, in this case, I can't afford it. Oh, I can't afford it because I don't have enough of those things. But you can try to upgrade it. I find just taking it out works just as good. And then you get those back and you don't have to remake some extras for no reason. And there we go. And then we can go ahead and put our belt in. And that's going to start up. And again, I'm just trying to kind of keep it running. And now we're going to put our other Mark III in. And what this allows me to do while I'm doing this is continue to be able to float around, because this is producing my power, which is allowing me to float around here everywhere and build stuff. And there we go. So we've upgraded all three of them. So now it's 240. So basically 480 and 480, which is a lot. That's a lot of things. Well, that's just getting started, everybody. We're going to go ahead and overclock these to the umpth degree. And we're going to utilize the power that we just got. And we brought a bunch of wire, so that's going to help us. And we're going to use the wire to help us climb places that we probably couldn't go as easily before. So I'm going to find a spot to put this on. There we go. We can go and just fly up here into the forest. And then continue to make our way in the forest using our power poles. And we're going to look and see if there's anything in here where we can collect. Go out here toward the water. Look at this beautiful water area. Now this allows us to kind of fly above things. Get a good bird's eye view of stuff. We go up to a certain level before we run out of ability to climb. There's one right there. All right. There's Fred. Oh, well, thanks for nothing, Fred. You could have told me there was one up there, bro. It's my new favorite thing, is just to build a bunch of these power poles to help me climb up onto stuff. There's a spot there. I got to find the right spot. There we go. Oh. Didn't run the power line. There we go. A great use of the hover pack. Let's see what's up here. Now, if you do start to fall and you get too far away from your stuff, you can go ahead and just tap the space bar and it will keep you from just straight up falling to your death. I feel like I'm going to end up with a bunch of these just all over the place. Look at this beautiful shot. Wow. Way up here in the canopy. Oh man, I feel like they've already gotten a bunch of these in this area. Usually there's a good amount of them around. Yeah, right there is a little dangerous. The second I hit the ground, then that's when mobs will zero in on you. And see, the funny thing is, you're tripping over these things, these little worms. You just have tons and tons of them everywhere until you're looking for them. And then the second you're looking for them, well, look at that fall right there. That's a straight down if I ever seen one. I love the fact I can just hover up here, kind of above the mobs. So if any spiders come along or anything like that that try to get sneaky, just keep running your power right through the middle of the forest here. I'm just going on a little adventure. Bringing my power with me. Going where my instincts are leading me. They're saying go this way, Kismet. Wow, look at this. Beautiful. Did we go up there yet? I don't think so. Go check it out. Now I gotta think that all this power is running from my central base and from down there where the coal is. Again, it allows us to get up nice and high, take a survey of the whole area. Again, when you're looking for it, can't find it. Not looking for it, they're everywhere. Exploring the deep forest here. My power line go. I can't see nothing through these trees. There it is, hiding in the tree. This is a fun way to explore too. I mean, you can use your vehicles and stuff, but I like to utilize different stuff here. Wow, look at this. Let's go this way. Wow, really? I think there's one way over there. Maybe way off in the distance there. Let's go over this way first. Not much up here. I thought we'd run into all sorts of mobs up here at the top, but not really. Not too many mobs up here. Look at that. He's extracting a bunch of oil out there. I remember that was one of the longest things that I did originally, was to do this right here at the very beginning of the game. Was to run a line, and I actually was using the vehicles. The vehicles would run down there, grab it, and bring it back, and using the vehicles. That's before they had trains. And so, very, very fun way of doing that. Not seeing any of our peeps that we need. Hit that space bar. Keep myself from falling. I thought I saw one off the side here. Turn my light on. Alright, I got it going on. It's like, wait, why can't I connect? Running power lines through the middle of the forest, everybody. Alright, anything down there? Really? I apparently found the place where there's not that many worms. Really not that many mobs up here either. Again, they're revamping the worlds big time. Can I put this up? Oh, I can. Yeah, I can. I can put it right there. That's cool. Up over the arch, everybody. Cool. You can actually run on these arches, too. But floating on them is fun as well. That's part of my base out there. Aha, I see you down there. Now, the hard part is getting back up out of there. If I'm going to do an extreme drop like that. So you probably should make it cascade down as opposed to just insta drop. And down we go. All right, again, where are we at? Where'd it go? Right there, okay. Careful to put that down before you get too far. Yeah, there we go. And we got another one. Now what you can do is go find the really nice ones that give you like 5 each. And usually those are up really high, but I don't really see that many on here. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the purple ones. I don't really see them here. Maybe we just haven't run into one, or they've already been collected. I'm trying to use the verticality of this to see the ones that are up real high. And usually they're up on like arches, or they're up on top of one like that. But so far, not so much. Oh, look out, Kismet Love Train, Pink Ranger, coming in with the 23 months of sub love. Oh, didn't realize my sub was ready to be shared. Well, there you go. You're good to go. You're good to go. That would probably work like a giant bottle cleaning brush. Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be, someone would have to figure that out. For sure. Of course, it would probably get stuck, and then you'd have to have someone go and fix that, too. Oh, look out. Got too far away from my power there. Alright, oh heck. Put this up here. I'm gonna go up over this arch as well. Oh, there's one over there. And there's usually a lot more than what we're finding here. But apparently not today. Oh boy, that's a real big drop there. That is quite the drop. Let's go this way. Where are we going? We're going that way. Can't build it there. Now, wherever you see one of these, you're most likely going to find a pretty good sized mob. Bug flying around in here. Hold on, I'm going to get my bug zapper. My bug racket. Where you at, bug? You gotta come back here if you got a death wish. Now, the hardest thing about bugs is figuring out where they went while you were grabbing your thing. So, I'm going to put it right here where I can grab it. And I'm going to keep a close eye on him next time he flies through here. Oh, there he is. I'm going to get him. He flew right by over here. So what the problem is, I'm sitting here working or I'm streaming and then bugs are flying here because this is where all the lights are. Speaking of lights, that's exactly where he is. He's on the light. Missed him. Darn it. I don't want to break my stuff either. All right, Kismet chases a fly. I'm watching you. He likes that light over there on the right. Again, you don't want to just pow and then like break one of my monitors. Right? Patience is a virtue. Wait for it. This is an electrified racket, by the way. All right. All right. I got a factory to build here. Stupid fly. Now, flies aren't that smart, by the way, everybody. You can't actually lead them out of your house. You just turn all the lights off in one room, and they'll fly toward the light, and then you just keep working your way, and then you open the front door and you let them fly out. That's usually what I do, but I got my lights on right now, so if he bothers me, then I'll have to destroy him. But for right now, he's chilled out. So down here is where you find your alternate recipes. And you can see we've got some baddies down there. Now, some of these mobs are ranged mobs. So you want to watch out for that. Oh, there's some over there, too. And I don't have much health, so I want to just go ahead and stay up here as best I can. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stay up here as best I can and just keep running these power lines so I'm not down on that bottom level. Now, I want to try not to activate any of these and sneak my way in here and grab it. Oh, come on, fly. Come on, bro. All right, now you got to die. He's buzzing around the top of my monitors up there. He's just like hovering. He's hovering up there, irritating me. All right, he's distracting me from a dangerous time, in which I'm going to try to sneak in here and grab this. Okay. GG. Very little health left. Eat some of those pale berries. There we go. Oh, look at them all over there. All right. Another one down that way. Now, these are the yellow ones. These are the good ones. They're going to produce a lot more. Let's see where we can put one there. And then there. Definitely want to try this out, everybody. This is a real fun way to navigate around. Literally just be running your power over here. Now, one of the cool things I can do when I'm getting this one, because there's a couple guys right here, is I can hang off the side. I can actually hang off the side here and they can't get me because I'm floating in the air. And they're not. They can't float in the air. So I can just literally just hang off the side with my little hover. And then I don't have to worry about the mobs. Oh, there's more up that way. Oh, hold on. Let's go back. There's another yellow one up there. See if we can get there without falling to our death. I'm holding down the shift key too, so you go a little bit faster so that you don't have that lag time in between the power poles. And you can see I put the power poles pretty close together. Okay, that's a big gap to get from here to there. YOLO, now you want to go up nice and high so that when you are starting to come back down, you can try to hit that. Oh, that was a little close, but we got it. That's what's important, that we actually got it done. Let's climb back up. Now, the fun part is getting back, too, later on. This is fun. Going on an adventure. Still haven't really fixed that save lag. Because that could cost you your life right there. It lags at the wrong moment. Especially you're doing this right here. Just basically sneaking in here to grab all of these slugs. Alright, any other ones? What if there's one up on the top? Let's go find out. Where can I put one of these? Oh, look at there's a spooky cave in there too. Right there. Alright. Oh! Oh! Did I bring my dynamite? Oh, man. I didn't bring my dynamite. Makes me wonder what's... Oh, there's something in there. Ah, I should have brought my dynamite, everybody. There's another yellow one up here. Because you can use your dynamite to blow that open, and sometimes there's these guys in there. Oh, now this guy's a range guy here. He's going to try to get us. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not on the ground, bro. We do not have enough health to fight that dude. So I'm going to back off. I'm going to back off. Now, see, that would have been another great reason to bring my dynamite. Was to use my dynamite on that guy. And so I'm going to keep going this way. Now, I can see my, my extractor over there. And so I probably should head that way. And so I'm going to go ahead and just run back in this direction. And then we kind of know where we want to go. Get some more of these. Kind of go. Oh, there's another one to the right there I can see. Watch out for these guys. These guys are going to try to spray you with a bunch of... oh, and there's a range guy. Hard for me to see. Again, I have the advantage of being able to lean off the side. And see, these guys cannot lean off the side. But they could, in theory, knock me back away from my power, and then I'd be screwed. So I would just be fall to my death. Let's go up higher so we can see where we're going. Over this way, toward our nuclear power. Also, this acts as kind of like what happens in Astroneer. We're using your tether lines, so it acts as like a tether line, so you can find your way back to wherever you're trying to go, or forward, however you want to look at it. And so I'm just kind of building my way through the forest here. Now over here I've got radiation. Uh-oh. Speaking of, I'm getting radiated right now. Whoa. I want to get out of here as quick as possible, or I'm going to die. And even if I do die, I'm going to die here by my train, which I could always just run back to my train. There we go. And this is my nuclear power stations over here, along with all of my... oh, I'm getting radiated still. And along with all of my drones that are bringing stuff back and forth, including our train right here, which we can go ahead and utilize to get back and forth. So we'll get on the train. Let that drop off, whatever it's dropping off. I actually even forget what it's dropping off at this point. And bye-bye, nuclear power. We'll be back. All right, bud. Another shot at killing you. All right, I'm going to disappear for a second, try to wipe out this bug, because he's just buzzing me over here. I'm just going to vanish while we ride the train. Be right back. right, I'm back, everybody. Bug wandered off. You can feel his imminent doom. He'll be back, though. Yeah, I do play this game. You never knew I played this game, even though I played it for years. It's really easy to tell what games I'm playing. Like I said yesterday or day before, whatever. I forget what I tell you. But bam, look, it's right here on my schedule. Very easy to find. It's on my YouTube. It's on my Twitter. It's on my website. It's on, man, it's been a staple in the stream for years and years and years. I played it since before they had trains, before they had all of that. You had to use conveyor belts to get you where you're going. And you can see I'm running up here. This actually was doing all my nuclear stuff up here. And we've kind of run around, found ourselves a bunch of these guys so we could go ahead and make a bunch of boosts for our coal power. Get my sound back on. There we go. And we're going to run down here and take this other train. And let's see where it's at. It's not here yet. Now, as you can see, I built out a bunch of infrastructure for collecting various different things. Like this is collecting quartz down here. We're collecting nitrogen gas down there. This is a new thing. In the update, see, it has a center thing and then all the ones around it, and it's running the gas up here into a gas container. And eventually, our train will show up here. And we'll use this train to go back the other direction. It's a matter of waiting. Now, actually, what I can also do is actually use this thing right here to float along the train tracks. And the reason why is the train tracks actually give you power. And so we just kind of go along. There's no collision on the trains right now, but it's still a little scary when you're floating along here. And you're just like straight on going toward the train. Oh, it hit me. It actually knocked me back. That's funny. It actually knocked me back there. So it's actually faster than for me to run is to float with the hover pack. But it's actually not faster than if you're going in a car. Now, I always keep myself a little car with me wherever I go in case I need to manually run around, which is what you do mostly in the beginning of the game until you get your hypertubes, until you get all your stuff. I love this little car because this is exactly what a gigantic space corporation would give you as an employee to get around. Look at it, just like, I'm all like crunched in there. You can also do this. Red alert! Very cool. Now we'll do that battle here in just a moment. Whoa, look at the train going past. We're not even close to the fastest it's going. It's going like 120, 170 downhill. Way faster than my little car can go. But it's better than walking. And if we were watching, I could have got on the train and then taken the train going down there. But we'll take a little ride. Now, this thing is great when it's on foundations like this. And I think that that Astroneer could do a great job of adding foundations as well. Oh, it's coming back. So that they could add foundations too, so you could build awesome space bases in their game. Autosave lag. And then whenever you're about to get off your vehicle, make sure that you pick your vehicle up because you never know down the road that you might need it again. So I pick it up and I immediately put it into my little thing here. Also, by the way, I can put all this other stuff away back in there. Like that. There we go. Very nice. And here we are back to Spaghetti Factory going on over here. Now, we've been revamping a lot of our stuff. One of the things we're working on right now is our power. And so we're going to go back over here. We're going to make some stuff over by our hub. Get my coffee cup out. We've got to remember to bring ourselves some explosives. I don't even know what I did with those explosives. They're in a box somewhere. We'll come back here to make some stuff. That's what we're doing. Right in here. All right, we'll get to that in a second. Let's do a battle. To battle! And thank you, Adam, for the follow. Let's go ahead and get going on some Stream Raiders. Now, we've been doing crazy tons of Stream Raiders. For the last 3 weeks, I've been doing about 12 to 16 hours of battles Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because you guys actually can win a free computer. Game is so good. Yes, this game is an 11 out of 10. The only game I've ever given an 11 out of 10 to because it's an 11 out of 10 in early access, which is even more amazing. It's like finding a unicorn in your backyard, everybody. You know, you're just out there, you go out there to mow your lawn, you turn around, unicorn standing there. And you're like, sup? And the unicorn's like, sup? That's the way it is in gaming today. Normally, you know, they give you, like, it's like buying a car, except for they don't give you the tires, and they say, oh, we're going to get you the tires later on. And so now you got a car with no tires. That's how they produce games nowadays. They don't give you the whole game. They just give you a portion of it and say, we'll give you the rest later, even though you have to pay full price for it. I feel like if you're going to give you half the game, then you shouldn't have to pay for the full price. Let's see. Grant rewards. Let's see. Tachi, Reaper, Les Marble, and H2O walking away with some loot. And Storm Queen coming in MVP with the 25 kills. Nice job. And all right, a couple more to the boss here. Let's see. Which one or this one is one? We already did a bunch of those. Let's go ahead and do this one. So we don't have to do those ant hills every time. Even though we got the... Uh-oh. All right, there we go. Let's see. This is a 3 skull. Let's see. Probably my guides. He's on cooldown. Bannerman. Yeah, let me give you guys some super boosting with my Bannerman there. And we're also getting our quests done as well, trying to get those going on. And we'll come back to that in about 29 minutes. Yeah, this game is quite exceptional. I highly agree. I've played it a lot. This is like my 30th or 40th time playing through. I can't even remember, everybody. I have hundreds and hundreds of hours in this game. It's incredibly awesome. And I don't play it every single day because I don't want to get burned out on it. You can get very easily burned out on games very, very quickly if you overdo it, I find. So I try not to overdo it. I try to go easy. Let's see if we got any booster guys hanging around out here. Any more little guys that we haven't gotten that was nearby our base? Probably down in a cave or something nearby. We could probably find some. Let's go this way and see if we can find. We're going to need a total of 12 of these boosts. Oh, there's one right there. I can see him on the top of that mountain. Right there on the edge. Oh, and another one over there. All right, cool. Now, we've got some power going over here, so we're just going to tap into this power. And run that power along here. And again, just do some more fun like this, just floating around using our little thing here. We're going to just try to go get that. That seems a little far, but we're going to go for it. Hold down the shift key. And we made it. Nice. That mob down there thinking about trying to get me. Now, again, when you're going to try to go a good distance, you want to go up a little bit so that when you're coming down, you can hold down spacebar and try to keep yourself from falling to your doom. I wonder what is on top of that thing. Let's go look. Where can we put one of these? Again, you got to find a spot where it's going to let you put it halfway up. Save lag. Oh, right there. Whoa, that was close. That was a close one. Up, 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 and away. Now, one of the scary things is when you come up here and you're running these lines and whatnot, and you get up here and there's like a mob right there in your face. Oh, see, once you see that it's possible right there, you know you're good. All right, all the way up here to the top. What we got? Oh, there's the ones I'm looking for. These ones right here. All right. Purple power slug. Yeah, see, I knew there should be, there's usually ones way up high. Up here, look at that. Look at our factory from way up here. Very nice. Just getting started. Just getting started up in here. Now we got to get back down. That's the tough part. Yeah, how do we get down from that side? Here's the smart move. You go down where you came up. Or actually, just aim toward one of these poles. Watch this. I'm going to full on go over here. Put a pole here. And just YOLO off the side. Now look at this. There's actually... that's funny. There's like pale berries way up here on the top of this. So you come all the way up here just to get the pale berries. Yeah, there's a bunch of pale berries up here. Like paleberries.com. Come here, you. There we go. Yeah, you know, we're here. Might as well grab them. A lot of them up here. Cool. Never even thought about that. Never even thought about coming up here just to get pale berries. All right, everybody. Off the YOLO off the top rope. Ah! I'm good. All right. Now, again, we can use the train track as our little thing here. Now, the problem is we're also going to need to bring our power along with us as well. So that we can go ahead and run these across. What are you doing, Fred? Why don't you tell me there were some of these over here? Oh, it's going to be a tough one. We're going to have to take a hit on this one. Oh, no, we're just perfectly in the right position. That was luck, everybody. I could say that was skill, but that was pretty much luck on that one. All right, what else we got? Any more hanging out? And this is one of the drawbacks of using your trains is that you can't run the power again. Oh, we need some explosives. Oh, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Let's go. Where were we running those explosives to? I think we were running them over that way. Back over on that side. Yeah, because this is where we're extracting a bunch of stuff. Oh, no, right here. Here's where we're running them to. Oh, yeah, now we're going to have some fun. Now we're going to have some fun. Let's go up here. Poof! Ta-da! 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 And there we go. See, and that's why you need the explosives so you can get in there and grab these ones that are hiding in there. Very nice. And they're also great against, like, mobs, because now I have an aerial advantage. And so I can be above the mobs, and they're shooting at me, and I can dodge them. And I just throw a bunch of bombs down there, and then that's it. Game over, bro. Then detonate them when they're close to them and wipe them out. That's why I have it making a bunch of bombs over here. It's just for that very reason. You can get into all sorts of trouble. All right, what can I get rid of here? Let's get rid of a few things of wire. We're just going to throw those away and bring ourselves an exceptional amount of explosives. All right, now we're going to have some fun. All right, let's get back to base. Poof, and get back to our coal production. This should be enough. And hypertubes are super fun. Now, you can use the momentum, if you didn't screw up like I just did. You can use that momentum of your hypertube sometimes to, and I used to do that with conveyors too. You would use that momentum of it launching you off the top, and then you would use your jetpack to get around. That's how we got around before they had hypertubes. Was totally doing that. All right, let's put that away. Make ourselves some power shards. Yeah, now we're going to have a bunch of them. All right, went from none to 19. You're like, dang, kid, you just like jumped off the side there. I know. Well, I just happen to know that there's power down here. I can get going. Also always looking at the green lights to see if those green lights are lit up before I kind of leap off. Probably a good idea not to leap first. And then on the way down, you're going, oh no, I'm out of power. Ah, and then you die, right? Angela, thank you very much for coming in. Look at that. You're a baller right there. Rocking it. Thank you so much for the follow. Show some love in the chat for everybody hitting them follow button today. Appreciate it. Tons of follows. How are we doing on our sub goal today? I think we're 2 of 5. Yeah, 3 more we're going to try to unlock, and then we'll have ourselves a little fireworks party. That's what we'll do. Let's get it going. Get it going on. I guess we could be looking for these guys if we're going through the forest, too, because I have a feeling there's probably some over here that I went past. And mostly I ignore those during the beginnings of the game, because I very rarely overclock stuff. I'll overclock like a manufacturer, so I don't have to run multiple lines to multiple manufacturers. It does cost a lot of power when you do that, but it just saves me time. Oh, there's one over there. It just saves me time overall by boosting those. But boosting the other ones in the beginning, not so much. They don't really help you as much because the power cost goes so far up. So it's better to build multiple of the same thing than it is to boost things overall. Whoa, look how fast we're going now. Boink. Okay, we made it back. Let's go. Now these power poles are really far apart. There we go. Okay, let's do some overclocking. Now, we could just go get more nodes, but with this, we've already got the infrastructure of this, and thus, it's better just to go in here and overclock the heck out of it. Let's go, baby. Now it's producing 600 per minute. And guess what? There's 600 per minute. So remember, it was 60 before. Now it's 600. So it's 100 times more. And then over here, same thing. Now the difference in power, right now we're using 30 megawatts. And if we go ahead and crank this up, maximum, there we go. It's going to use 130 watts. Right, so a lot more, but again, we're gonna less infrastructure to get going. So basically, 100 more megawatts per extractor, but then again, it's gonna be producing a lot more, and we're gonna be producing way more power. So that's 600 times 4, 2,400 coal. That is a lot of coal, everybody. That's a tremendous amount of coal over here as well. And let's go ahead and just fill in the rest of this a bit. If I can get my fingers to cooperate. Okay, now the reason why I'm filling this in right here is this actually is eventually where we're going to have all of our resources kind of come together. I'll show you what I mean here in just a moment. I might change my save thing. It's starting to get annoying now. Gameplay. Where's my autosave set to? I can also turn off the notifications. Is there a thing to change autosave timing? God, I haven't looked at it in forever. See, sometimes I'm like, is it in this game or is it in another game that particular thing is in? I thought it was, yeah, right here. Here it is, 5 minutes, yeah. So let's go ahead and set this to 10 minutes because it's getting annoying. It's getting annoying doing it so often. Let's say 10 minutes. All right. And then I have, every 5 minutes, I have save lag. So I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it to keep bothering me while I'm trying to build. I'm going to grab you first before I cover you up. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and do this. Over here by this power. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build all of that over here. The reason why I'm going to do that is because this is where I'm extracting the ore. And typically I will build my stuff by wherever I do the extraction. And this allows me to combine all of this and then basically spread out from this area. And then over on that side, all I'm going to do is extract water. So we're going to take the two different parts, right? This part which is doing the coal, and this part is doing the water. And then we're going to bring it up to another level, and then we're going to run it wherever we need to run it. And so that is what we're going to do. So let's get to it. Starting way over here by these nodes. And we're now going to go ahead and enclose these in. Now, the reason why I like to enclose them in is because I like to do a vertical power. Oh, man, it always switches that the wrong way. That drives me crazy, everybody. The second one always goes the opposite of the first one. It's irritating. All right, now let's see if we can get away with a 8x2 foundation right above here. Oh, perfecto. Look at that. And then again, we'll run it over this way just to make sure that it does clear that. That is perfection. Okay, perfect. Now, over on the other side, these ones might be elevated higher than these ones. And the way we know, it should be because I can see the foundations line up. But just in case, we're going to eyeball where that is, right here. And then we're going to get down to about eye level here. And then run a bunch of these across here. And we're definitely going to need more concrete when we get into this. Want to make sure that we can run that right over the top of that, and that is also perfection. And then right over here. All right, and you're like, well, Kismet, you're not putting supports in anymore. Yeah, we were playing this playthrough where we had to add supports when we were adding stuff. And the thing I found out is adding supports sucks. It takes a lot of time. So all this precious time that I have to actually build the factory, I'm spending more time building supports than I'm actually building the factory. It actually draws away from the fun of the game, I find, doing too many supports. But again, that's some people's, idea of fun is to do supports and make it proper and not be floating, right? And hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. But again, I only have so much time to play per week, so I try to maximize my time and get to do as much fun as I can. But we'll come back in and put the supports in later. I'm just trying to get a general idea of how I want all my stuff to run. Now, this actually right here, I could probably... oh, wait a minute. No, I do want to change that. Yeah, hold on. I keep getting lowered down here, so let me go ahead and put that there. There we go. It just dawned on me I don't want to do that. Hold on. Nope, don't want to do this. I'll show you why. That's okay. They're easy to put in. They're easy to take out. Swish. This one, I actually want to be the thinner level. We want it to be the thinner level. The reason why is this is going to be my run line. I need to leave a gap underneath here to run all my pipes and run all of the coal to its appropriate spots. So we're going to do this instead for our run line area. I also call it the sandwich area or sandwich line. Man, these are really hard to get perfect, but I'm just trying to do what I can do. Alright, and then one more over. And I want to try to line it up so that I can run the power up in there. And also it's going to make it where the power connectors at the top are not glitching through the top as well. See, like this one now is now, you can just connect it proper instead of it actually being in the thing. And so we'll fill that in a little bit. Okay, now we want to go ahead and go in this direction to balance out what we're doing over here and see how it matches up everything we got going this way. And I'm going to go ahead and just keep adding a bunch of lines here just so I can float along without continuously falling down. Okay, so now we got that going. And we got a nice bunch of battery backups there. I like that. We could definitely make a gigantic battery terminal over here by this. And again, we're just trying to get it. We're just trying to eyeball what we want to do and how we want to do it. And it's kind of like making a puzzle. You want to make the outside edges first. Oh, gonna sneeze. All right, let's make sure I actually turn my microphone back on after that sneeze. Try not to sneeze in your ears there. I try to mute it, but then sometimes I mute it and then I forget I have it muted. Put that over there. And I love floating with this thing, but it does require power. Okay, and that's going to run us into the side here. Again, I just RP that I cut that part out and stuck that in there. We're going to go right along this wall edge. Oh, this is going to be nice. This is going to be nice. Now, typically, I don't like touching the edges because that's where mobs get onto your base. But let's just go ahead and look how nice this is, right? You can even do it from underneath. Look at that. It's just so great, man. It's just so awesome. I'm hitting F, by the way, in the middle mouse button to pick it up. And matches up perfect. All right, awesome. That gives a lot of area for a lot of run lines. And again, that'll be our run lines underneath there. This is where we'll run all of our water. And then we'll make our water just pop up into each and everything. So all of our stuff will be up on top, much like he's got here. Everything will be up on top, all of the factories, and we can keep adding more and more and more based on how much water and coal we have. But the thing will be is that you won't see any of the coal running along. You won't see any of that because that'll all be under here in the lower level. So now we'll go ahead and raise it up by a couple more. Like I said, this is very involved, but definitely worth your time. There we go. Now we're going to use that larger level. Right there, our 8x2s. I'm going to stay wherever my power was over here. And we'll just say right here. Now, I like to make it look at least somewhat legit, right? Like at least, you know, it's somewhat holding it up. So I'll go ahead and add one on that side. Now we're looking good. We definitely want to bring our power up. Say under here temporarily. We'll just run some power under here. That'll help me build this upper section. There we go. Okay, time to fill it in. And out of concrete. No worries. Got some concrete production right over here. Now the cool thing is once I move that, what's going to happen is this going to start back up again. Look how slow it goes, everybody. These are level 1 belts right here. Let's give it a little bit of love. So scary. Ah, level 1 belts from back in the day when we first started. There we go. That'll get it going. And we don't need to fix up these belts in the back here. But you know what? While we're at it, let's get it done. Alright, we need to get rid of some of our stuff on us here as well. Because we're going to need a lot more concrete. So let's wander over here. Store all of that. And what I really need right now is concrete. So we're going to do that. And we're going to build all this infrastructure out. Like that. Now that's probably going to be too much concrete, but rather to have too much than not enough. Are all those batteries Duracells or Ever-Readies? Oh, I don't know. I'm going to have to ask Reaper in the chat. He's the one that built them. I'm not sure which ones he used. And there we go. Take out these misclicks here. Alright, that's looking good. Now, another way to do this is to do it like this. And if you do it like this, you can literally walk across the entire world. And what I usually do in my playthroughs is this is how I get from place to place. I just keep building and building and building as I'm going from one place to another, and I just build right over the top of the treetops, right over the top of the mobs. Never have to worry about them. It's pretty fun. Also do it from down below here. Well, you don't misclick like me. From down below you can do it. You can also do it from this direction. I actually prefer it from up above, but whatever floats your boat. Now speaking of floating, we can run some power lines. I don't have any power. I don't have any cable on me right now. Another great way to do it is to float, as we've learned, and you kind of line up straight as best you can. And that seems to be the fastest way I've found to do those. You want to do them from real far away, too. We can do a whole bunch of them in a sequence. Now, I have heard of a mod that does this for you. Instead of you doing each individual one, it will like you press one and then it does a whole bunch of them in a sequence. That would be awesome. Oh, time for a battle. Get to that battle here in just a sec. Let me finish in this little section there. Again, I hope you don't mind if I speed up. There's a whole lot of repetition. There we go. Easy peasy. Battle time. To battle. Again, just stay focused. You can get a lot done. All right, battle is on. Let's go. What's up, Red Raven? Good to see you, man. All right, more loot for you guys. Let's see, Tortoise, Tachi, Les Marble walking away with some loot, and Truly Balboa, MVP, 15 assists. Let's go with the top one. Now it's time for a boss battle. Time for those epics, those legendaries. I'm calling in the big guns. That's me right there, Wasteland Tycoon. I got to come in and lend you a hand. Let's go. All right, so we got that ready to rock. We're ready to go ahead and make a crazy ton of these. Turn my light on. Want my light on? I don't want it ever to go off. Don't ever turn my light off. Just leave it on all the time. That stuff drives me crazy. Fred, get out of here. Bad puppy. Or giant dinosaur. Or whatever you are. Whatever you are, alien dinosaur. Alright, let's put a bunch of that back in there. And that's the other resources. And let's grab all that. There we go. Okay. And this one actually... I'll get rid of some of this other stuff. There. Okay, so we want to go ahead and, again, leave this area open so we can run all of our lines. And then up here on the top is going to be where we put all of our coal power plants. Now, we don't really know how much coal power plants we want right now because we haven't figured out the math. So we're going to go ahead and just grab one of these. Just going to hit F and then middle mouse button, throw it down. We're going to do a little math. Now, one of the things that they do now that they didn't do before is what it would do is it would scale up and scale up and scale up based on how much power you were actually using. Now, it just uses the max power of whatever it is or the max input of that particular object. In this case, in the coal power, it usually starts at 10, and then as your power gets higher and higher, then it needs 15. But this actually already needs 15 from the very beginning. So we're just going to base it on the number of 15. So let's go ahead and put that down. So we need a 15 input. Now, we have how much? 600, 600, 600, 600. So now we have 2,400 coal power. So basically we take 2,400 and we divide it by 15.
2,400 divided by 15 is 160.
Now that's scary because I didn't even say Suri's name and she did it for me anyway. Let's do that again. That threw me off. Hey Suri, what's 2,400 divided by 15?
2,400 divided by 15 is 160.
160. And you're like, 160 what, Kismet? 160 of these. That's right. We can put 160 coal plants down now and produce so much power, it's going to be insane. Now, how much power are we producing right now? We are producing, out of each of these, 75 watts right there. Now, I could overclock it too. I'm not going to overclock 160 of these. I can tell you I'm not doing that. But we can take 75 megawatts and we can times it times 160. Hey, Suri, what's 75 times 160?
75 times 160 is 12,000.
12,000 power. So 75 times 160 equals 12,000. I'm writing all these numbers down so I can remember them here as I go. Now, the problem is not the coal and not the plants. We can make 160 of them eventually. We get enough resources and whatnot. It's really the water. Now, each of these takes about 45 water, which really is 50 because I like to round it up. So we're going to just say 50 times how many ever of these we're going to build. Hey, Suri, what's 160 times 50?
160 times 50 is 8,000.
Times 50. This is water. Water equals 8,000. Again, you can't see that. I'm writing it down on a notepad. Just so we can refer back to these numbers here in a bit. So we need 8,000 water. Now, we can only put 600 through any given pipe. So we have to basically make how many pipes? Hey, Suri, what's 8,000 divided by 600?
8,000 divided by 600 is about 13.3333.
So 14. 14 pipes. We're going to need 14 600 pipes, right? Now, how much water is being produced by our water generators over here without overclocking them all? Because that just takes more power. Now, extracting the extractor's more power is fine. The water might be fine too for overclocking, but we're going to try to do it without overclocking. We might have to do overclock because we might not have enough water in this particular area. We can always go. There's other areas we can go to. But it's going to do 120 per minute at 100%. So, hey, Suri, what's 8,000 divided by 120?
8,000 divided by 120 is about 66.6666.
66.666. Suri, I'm telling you, she's possessed, everybody. She's possessed by the devil. Suri is crazy. So we need 66 of these, everybody. Now again, this is a giant undertaking. Like I said, this is massive, right? This is a massive amount of coal for 10,000 power. Now I actually would get more power by really focusing more on nuclear and all of that stuff, or more focusing on oil or something like that. The thing about coal plants, though, is that they scale up. Right, as you saw, we went with Mark III extractors, and we could scale up our water, and we could scale up and scale up. The thing about oil, though, oil extraction, is that when you put down one of the oil extractors, it's already pretty close to, it's already at its maximum, and then you overclock it, and then you're going to get a bit more. But in here, we can basically just keep overclocking and overclocking, and then we can also go up to that tier 3, which takes us at 600, right? So it really does, the coal you can really scale up. And so we're going to really have a lot of work on our hands here. Now, the best thing also to do is to find what I call the Kismet rule of 8, or the great ratio, the infinite symbol. If you look at an 8 turned sideways, what kind of thing can we set up where we could just go ahead and do the same thing over and over again, right? What is the perfect ratio of water versus coal generators and whatnot? So we want to figure out the coal generators. We need to figure out the pipe size, right? Because the maximum pipe we can do is 600. So how many of these coal plants can we run using a 600 pipe? And that's really, you look for your biggest limitation. Your biggest limitation in this case is going to be the water. And because the coal, I can do 780 on a conveyor belt. So that's way more than what I need. But water is going to be 600. So if we say, hey Siri, what's 600 divided by 50?
600 divided by 50 is 12.
Is 12. So we probably want to do these in groups of 12. Now remember, we're going to do 160 of them. This is a lot. This is a giant undertaking, like I said. And again, I don't know if we're going to get this all done today, because we've got literally 15 minutes to do it. So I seriously doubt that's going to happen. Or actually, we'll go 21 minutes till the next battle's over. But yeah, I seriously doubt we're going to get that done today. But you get the idea. So we want to do it in groups of 12. Now, it's actually going to produce extra water because you only really need 45. So if we wanted to do it, we could say, hey Siri, what's 600 divided by 45?
600 divided by 45 is about 13.3333.
You're going to see a lot of those 13.333s and 60, 60, 66 in this game, because, you know, you're doing in thirds and halves and thirds and halves, and numbers like that end up like that all the time. But in this case, I would stick with 12. This way you have extra water in case, you know, especially when you're trying to get your power powered up, you've got that extra water, extra backlog of that water. Now, to hold a complete backlog of 1,200 or 8,000 water, let's go look at our. You got any storage tanks over here? I don't think he's using any storage tanks. He's using the small ones. Yeah, he's using the small fluid buffers, which is 400. But if we wanted to store 8,000 water, just in case for whatever reason we wanted to start the whole thing back up again, right here, this holds a good amount. It holds 2,400. So really you only need about 3 or 4 of those. And you could store the entire amount of water that you need to start up your actual plant. And it could just actually put it all in there at the same time. So we're going to do these in groups of 12. That's what we're learning. Now, can I get 66 of these in here? Oh, that's a good question. Let's see. How many we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So there's about 20. Let's just call that 20. And we need to get, I think that's going to be pretty close. Man, we need to start in the corner and just go back and forth and back and forth, trying to get those in there. I think we might be able to just squeeze those in there. Barely. I don't know. We'll see. And again, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 20. 20, 30, 35, 40. 45, 50, 60. Yeah, that's just, I think, enough. If we take this out and we run along this kind of under edge under here, because this is not all water under here. There's actually rocks under here, right here. So some of this is going to be too shallow for us to put down. Now, if we have to overclock some of them, that's what we'll do, right? We'll overclock some of them to get that extra bit of water we might need. We'll lose a bit of power. Now, there's also a trade-off. See, if you overclock stuff too much while you're producing your power, you actually are producing power so you can produce power for no reason. Because you're basically a net production your production is costing you as much power as you're putting out, right? And so you have this cycle, but the problem is there's no reason to build it, because the whole point of building the power is so that you can use it elsewhere, not just to make the power. So let's get started here, everybody. Let's get started over here. We're going to do groups of 12. And what side do I want to feed this from? I probably want to feed it from that side, and then we can feed the water from this side as well. Let's look for a little central run line here. Let's say this will be our central run line. Right about here. Can we get 12 of them? Down. Do we want to run them long ways? Then feed them, or do we want to run them? See, the trick is, do you want to run them this way, or do you want to run them that way? Now, this way I could run and run and run them, but it's not going to be just one pipe. It's going to be a bunch of different pipes. Did we figure out how many pipes it's going to be? I think I did, but I didn't write it down. Was it going to be like 15 pipes? 14 pipes. There's going to be 14 pipes I'm going to have to run. So I'll probably split it at that end and then run the different lines. So that means 14. That means 14 lines of 12. Yeah, so 14. I better write this down. 14 lines of 12 coal plants. Right? Hey Siri, what's 12 divided by 160?
12 divided by 160 is 0.075.
Hey Siri, what's 160 divided by 12?
160 divided by 12 is about 13.3333.
I was right. Yeah, so roughly 14. So we're going to need 14 rows of these. And we're going to figure out how many we can put across here. We definitely need to extend that all the way out. But all right, let's, I feel like we're just going to go and try to maximize the area. Yeah, I think that's going to run into, it's going to run into that. That's perfect right there. Wow. Wow, that worked out really well. That's going to be a lot of them suckers. Now, why did I just do that? Well, I did that so I can visualize the rows and rows and rows of coal plants I'm going to have. And this line here I just did right here is most likely going to be a run line. We probably want to do a double run line widthwise because we're going to be doing water as well. Oh wait, no, we're going to bring our run lines up. That's right. We're going to do an under run. So we'll go ahead and say the outer part's going to be kind of our buffer. our kind of way that we're going to get around. This one here, and then this one right here will be the one where we run our resources up and connect. And then, right here, so let's go ahead and, yeah. Something along that line. And then all of our stuff will be over on this side from here out. And you know what, let's add 2 at the end here. Okay, and again, what I'm doing is I'm visualizing it in my head of how I want that to end up. Where'd you go, coal plant? Power. Coal generator. Okay, so basically I'm visualizing how I'm going to have this sit like this. And then we'll have our stuff coming up here. And then, oh, you know what they don't have? Is I just dawned on me, they don't have a one that allows you to do water and in that at the same time, which would be great. I'll show you what I mean here in a second. They don't have a wall that allows you to connect both a conveyor and a water pipe to it. So like you could put the conveyor on the side and then put a water pipe there. Now they do have the ability to do this though, where you can go in and you can make a wall hole, which is something I unlock really early on. But you couldn't put it right next to it. It would need to be kind of offset, right? And I feel like it's kind of awkward in there, but I don't know. I might try it out just to give it a go. All right, it's kind of awkward doing it like that. It's not centered. It's not aligned to the back of your plants here. And I guess we could do a 2-wall. Let's try it with a 2-wall and see if it lets us kind of modify it for water. I don't think I've ever tried this before, where I've gone in, done that, and then tried to, yeah, see, it doesn't let me put it right there. Oh, it does. Oh, it does. Oh, ha, ha. I worked it in there. All right, that was tricky. Okay. We're learning all sorts of fun stuff today. And then let's float up here and see if I got it going the right direction. I don't think I've ever tried that before, everybody. That's cool. So let's do that. Oh, I'm off by just a little bit. Let's see if that's really a thing. That's really a thing, everybody. That is too freaking cool. All right, look at that. And then down. And then same thing here. All right, I like that a lot. All right, cool. So that's what we could do on that. But the problem is these don't line up perfectly to these things. So it would have to be every other one. And so, again, we're going to do 12 times 14. And if we had to do it every other one, it's very space inefficient. I would say a big fat no to that, for sure. I'm also going to be putting them on this side if I can get away with it. I don't think I can get away with it here, though. Because I could put 6 and 6. I might be able to get 6 there. And then I can double split it on each side. Let's see how many I can put here. This is 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah. Perfect. All right, I can double up on here. I definitely can't do it down there, though. I'll have to offset that down there. That's okay. Yeah, this is cool, but not super functional. Let's try to find something more functional. See, they're offset in the other direction. I forgot about that. The input of the pipes on that side and the output of pipes over here. That's going to make it real tough. Let's try something like this. And then we can feed that down below. But then the same thing here. How do we get that across? So you can't do the same thing here. The pipes are both splitters and extractors at the same time, or splitters and mergers at the same time, where you can't really do that with belts. With belts, you have to have a splitter somewhere in between. I wonder if I could just put a splitter on top of this. I don't think I've ever tried to put it on top of a pipe. Nope. Doesn't let me aim it on top of the pipe. But we could create splitters all the way down there. And we could go ahead and run this. And we could lift it on one side. This one needs to go back more. A lot of logistics to work out first before you get too crazy. Figure out the logistics of it all. Yeah, it's too close. Yeah, too close. Too close, Rooney. That's offset. All right, we can do that. We can do that there, and then something like this. Yeesh. Something like that. Try something different. Don't like it. Yeah, I like that a whole lot better. I don't like the clipping, though. Don't like the clipping. Maybe one more forward. See if we can get away with that. Now, before you do this 160 times, everybody, make sure you figure all this stuff out first. It's because of where the thing is sitting on there. I really don't like it. I don't like that side. I think this side would probably be better aligned. Still pushing out. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I don't like it. I don't like it a lot. Alright, let's try something like this. No way to put that vertically, on there, unless you're doing it on a wall. On a wall, it'll let you go vertical. Alright, let's put a wall there. See what we can do. So I put the wall there first. Then I go ahead and get the pipeline and put it like this. Then I could run that into there and run that. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work to do it that way. Always fun to try to figure stuff out. Let's do a battle. To battle! Totally the wrong button there. Alright, let's go ahead and do a battle while I try to figure that out. What's up, D-Flood? How you doing? Thanks for hanging out. Good night, Pink Ranger, or good afternoon. You have a great night. Yeah, so probably need to think on that a bit. I don't like any of that. This might be better to run all in one line than to run in multiple lines. And run it from the inside. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Boom. That's a win. Grants and rewards to see less marble. Iron getting some love. Rotisserie G and TARDIS walking away with some extra loot. And Jarzard coming in with 10 kills with 6 units down. Nice job. MVP, another boss down. We're going to loop this thing again for the 3rd time, everybody. We're going to try to get to this right here. So we're going to go right through the middle there. We're going to start with this top one and work our way around. And we know what to do on this one. Start right there. We'll come back to that in about 30 minutes. Now, if I'm going to do it like this, I should actually be doing this from what's on the inside, is what I call it, which means it should be this way. And say I'm splitting it from the backside this way. This should be going like this. So he's come a little closer. Don't forget to take this back out again. Always put these in last. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Okay, so that goes into there, and that's speeding up that way instead of trying to run it on a single line. And the same thing with the water. I just don't like the way that that does that. So I feel like the smarter thing to do is overhang it. So we're going to take these out. And do like I did before, where I'm just kind of having it a bit more over the side, like that. And then when you're running your piping, you're going to have a much better thing without having the clipping on it. But it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be straight up and down there. Let's try this. One closer. Yeah, so it either pushes one way out or another. Now, there is a way you can go in and try to fine-tune that, and that is to use your different build modes. And it's going to do really weird stuff. Yeah, conveyor, vertical, and default. Yeah, I don't like the way the water is doing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I kind of feel like I just want to do those all in one line, because then it would just be easier to run those across. Well, that's a job for another time, everybody. We have run out of time for today. So we're going to go to my office, give you guys some love, and then go into battle mode. Let's go. Oh, man, that game is fun. Redo coal power. Boom. Save that. Confirmed. Now, the cool thing about this coal power is once I have it going, it will be as much as 4 nuclear power plants, and it will perpetuate itself. So I don't ever have to worry about it running out of certain resources that I'm making somewhere else. It only needs the 2 resources, which is coal and water, which the 2 resources are right next to it. And it's going to be like a little self-contained system where it will just run itself. And then, of course, that 10,000 power is going to help me also run my entire factory and all the other stuff that I'm going to be scaling up. So that's going to be really fun. Really fun, but we'll come back to it next week. I think, let's see, this next week's going to be, let's see, man, I gotta look at my dates. Hold on. I better look at my dates before I start promising stuff. let's see. Let me pull up my calendar. Oh no, yeah. Next week is a no. I think we're gonna be in New World. Let me check my little schedule for New World over here. Let's see. So it's gonna be end of season 5. So what I might do next week is override both Astroneer and Satisfactory to finish unless I finish early. Unless I finish this week with my thing, we might override it so that we can try to finish our Fallout 76 season. Then New World actually starts on the 9th. So that's on Thursday. Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. Maybe. Maybe we'll come back with Satisfactory next week. It might get overridden by Fallout 76. But the New World beta doesn't start till Thursday of next week on the 9th. And then from the 9th through the weekend, we're going to be playing New World again for a bit just to test it out some more, get a general idea of it, what they changed. And then, yeah, oh man, tons of great games coming up. Okay, let me go ahead and give you guys some love. We're going to head on into battle mode. Let's go. Let's do this. So here's my schedule right here. And generally, this is my schedule right here. What the heck? Where to go? All right, here. Like totally vanished. All right, there we go. Here's my normal schedule, everybody. Tuesday through Thursday, 10 a.m. until about this time, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then 10 p.m. all week long, some bonus streams, and then Saturday at 10 p.m. as well. Right now, we're playing Astroneer Satisfactory and a whole lot of Fallout 76. Until next week, next Thursday, we'll be doing a bunch of New World all throughout the weekend. As well. Now remember, this week is double score week as well as gold week for Fallout 76. If you want to try to finish out your season 5, come and join us. We'll be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, doing a bunch of Fallout 76, working on our season. And we already tested the kill box, so probably we're not going to shoot off that many nukes. We're just going to be doing events, and try to get you guys your dailies and all those other things done. And try to get those done every single day. Even when I'm not streaming, over the weekend, we'll also be working on that as well. Just to try to unlock that as best we can. So, now you can find this schedule on all my social media, everybody. These guys right here, bam! YouTube, Twitter, all of that stuff. You can find my schedule always there. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys some love. There we go. 1,000, 2,000... 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps toward future giveaways. That's what they're used for. You're used for buying tickets for giveaways here in the stream. Now, do me a huge favor, everybody. Go ahead and click this social media. You'll find it right over here. Did I put it in the chat? Oh, no, I haven't pressed it yet. There it is right there. Go ahead and follow that social media right there. There we go. Go onto the YouTube channel. I do put out a video every single day. I've got a video queued up already, already queued up now, almost into December. I'm at the end of November right now. Every single day, past streams, uploads, for highlights, for guides, for unboxings, and I have tons and tons of more of those still to do and still to update. As well as go check out the Twitter, twitter.com/KismetBP, B like Bravo, P like Papa. You can find a link right there. Just click on that. Hit the follow button over there. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow button. Go onto the Discord. Read the rules. Click that green check mark. Become a Teamwork Tycoon. And participate on the Discord as well. You can check out the website. And if you want to go above and beyond and really encourage me to keep on going and keep this crazy train rocking, go to patreon.com/Kismet. That's me. So again, everybody, thanks for being here. Now I'm going to do a special bonus stream. If you're not familiar, I'm sure most of you are because I tell us every single time I do this. But for those of you who are new, what we're going to do is we're going to go into battle mode. That's where I continue to work on stuff behind the scenes. I take care of my real life stuff. And do all of that. And I come back every 30 minutes and I run a battle. These do not replace any further streams. I would normally not be streaming. But during events, especially ones where you can win a free computer, I'm going to go ahead and just keep those battles going so you can put down as many units as you possibly can and try to build up a ton of tickets so that you have a chance at winning a free computer or a $100 gift card or a Nintendo Switch Lite or something awesome like that from Captain.tv. So I'm going to go in that battle mode. You won't see or hear me, but I'll be here behind the scenes running things and getting you guys tons of loot. All right. So that's it for me, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and get my other buttons pressed here. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to battle mode, and I will see you guys tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love each and every one of you. Thank you for the support today. I'll see you later on. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.